Hello, hello, hello. Hola, 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 hola. Test. One, two. Good.
Just bear with us 1 second. Just waiting for the color guard to be ready to get started, and then we'll start the meeting. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Town Hall. We're going to start this meeting. We're going to begin with a prayer led by Raul Compagnoni from the Boy Scouts of America, Troop 584. Please rise.
If it is your custom, please remove all headgear and bow your heads. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. God, thank you for this day. Thank you for having us all here in this beautiful town that we have. Thank you for blessing this town. Thank you for giving us this amazing community that we have. One that is absolutely amazing. Thank you for all the things you've given us. Thank you for having us here. May you keep us safe. May you keep us protected. Not only the ones here in this town hall, but all across this town, and bless us. Amen. In the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Please remain standing for the presentation of colors and Pledge of Allegiance.
Scouts, attention! Color guard, attention! Color guard, advance. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the pledge of allegiance. Color guard, present the colors. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guard, post the colors. Color guard dismissed.
Thank you. Moving on to the Better You Minute by Ariel Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and happy birthday to you. Wishing you many years of happiness and health. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. Over the last week, we have witnessed millions of people around the world remembering the life of Queen Elizabeth II. Her service to her country for over 70 years saw many ups and downs, but it was a steady demonstration of service and dedication to her people. Although we may not be royal or have a large following, we each have an opportunity to serve our community as the Queen did. No matter how large or small the task or service we provide, we each play a key role in our community. The best gift we can give our neighbors is to play our individual role with dedication like the Queen's. Let us take the Queen's example and apply it to our role in the community. God bless the Queen.
Thank you, Ariel. Council, if you just join me at the front, we have a special presentation this evening. Thank you very much. So this evening we have a special presentation for a staff member who is leaving the town, and we just wanted to recognize his years of hard work and dedication as our Director of Public Works, Mr. Carlos Acosta. If you can please come up. Mr. Mayor, are you online?
Yes, sir.
Before I read the proclamation, did you want to say any words?
Yeah, I definitely wanted to say a few words. Carlos, Director Acosta, who I affectionately call Galido, just because of all the years that we've known each other and worked with each other, he's going to be greatly missed. He's somebody who set the bar high in that department with professionalism, honesty. His ethics were unquestioned. And one thing that was amazing was that he was an incredible example to our community, because not only did he serve our residents in the capacity as a public works director, but he's serving our country at the same time. He would go travel to small islands in the Pacific, several times a year, serving our military as a colonel, helping other people, creating bonds throughout the world, and then coming back here and serving our town, which to me, there's no better example of service than what Carlos Acosta brought to our community. So I wanted to make sure that we had a special gift for him today because he deserves it. And he's somebody that's going to be sorely missed. And I appreciate him. And on behalf of all of our residents, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for the town of Miami Lakes. And thank you for the service that you're doing for our country, Carlos. We'll miss you, Galido.
Councilwoman Ruano, I see you on there. You want to say anything?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry that I could not join you guys in person this evening. I know this is a very special day. This will be our last meeting with Director Acosta. And I wanted to let him know that even though he won't be with us physically, he is present in so many areas of the town. All of the projects that you brought to fruition, all of the areas that you have touched in the town of Miami Lakes will forever be there. And we truly appreciate your service to the town and would like to extend our sincerest gratitude and our support for whatever endeavors you are going to pursue in the future. Anything that you need from us, you can always reach out. Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Gentlemen.
Thank you. And actually, I think we're all on the same wavelength that we don't want to be too verbose. That's not because we don't love you, but just because we don't want to beat up a dead horse, right? I think your work speaks for itself. What I will say, though, that I did want to highlight was the time that you and I were working together when I had to go represent the town from the county with respect to that preemption ordinance that they were passing over the public rights of way. We looked like rock stars because you provided that special report indicating how quickly we turn around permits for the county, and that really the issue is with them when they're trying to turn around permits for us. And so we were one of the first cities to be able to get them that information, and it was really helpful to them in their negotiations with the county to water down their products. So, you've always been a consummate professional and also a great resource for me, helping me when I was onboarded to the council to understand the difference between PTP 80 and PTP 20, in terms of that pot of funds. You've just been extremely helpful and a great resource to me, and by extension, therefore, to our constituents that we serve. So thank you very much for your service.
Okay. Whereas Carlos Acosta is a licensed professional engineer with an MBA and with project management professional certification. And whereas since arriving in his position as Director of Public Works for the town of Miami Lakes, he has worked and accomplished many successful projects. And whereas projects include completion of the Stormwater Master Plan Update Number 3, approval of the Stormwater Utility System Revenues Bond, completion of the first water utility fee study, and approval of the stormwater utility fee rate adjustment. And whereas completion of the construction of Northwest 67th Avenue and Windmill Gate and widening project, and the Town Hall Emergency Generator Project, Miami Lakes South Milling and Resurfacing Project, and the Lake Quality Assessment Study. And whereas establishing partnerships with FDOT, he completed Northwest 77th Court Lane widening project, and under his leadership, he amended Chapter 35, Article 3 of the Code of Ordinance, which incorporated additional aesthetic requirements for communications facilities to improve and preserve the town's aesthetic appeal. And whereas successfully completed the yearly NPDES reports, along with the town's first 2 LAP projects, which are Northwest 60th Avenue Bicycle Trail and the pedestrian improvements and safe routes to school for Miami Lakes Elementary. And now, therefore, I, Jeffrey Rodriguez, by the virtue and authority vested in me as Vice Mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the Town Council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, September 13th as Carlos Acosta Day in the town of Miami Lakes.
Thank you, Mayor Sid, and the council for this recognition. It's an honor. I will have to say that in my time here, my success and the success of the Public Works Department has been possible because of the staff in the Public Works Department, my colleagues who have supported the department day in and day out to make sure that our department goals were achieved. So my success is the success of all of you, and of course the town council who has been behind me and supporting me all this time, and of course my family, my wife and my son, and God for allowing me to be here and achieving the things with the team that we have for Miami Lakes, and the residents who put their trust in me. Miami Lakes has been good to me, and I'm living with all of you in my heart, and I wish you all success, and I wish success to Omar Santos, who is going to take over as the Public Works Director. I know he's going to do great. He has a great staff, and the colleagues will be behind him. So thank you all for your support to me. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. Council, do we have any changes to the order of business?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move items 13A and 14D to right after number 6, public comments, and to be taken up together.
Okay, so that was
13A and 14D.
taken together.
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor. Just
Yeah,
Councilman
I'd like to
Alvarez,
pull
I mean-
item 10E.
Go ahead, what was that, Mayor?
Item 10E. I'd like to pull item 10E.
10E from consent. All right, let me just make a note of that.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, any other changes?
Vice Mayor,
Sir?
item 16D, monthly police report prior to public comments.
Monthly police report prior to public comments.
Yes, sir.
16D. Major Ruiz is here ready to go? Okay, perfect. All right, any other changes so far? We have 16D before public comments, 14A and 13A and 14B taken together after public comments, and 10E pulled from consent.
I'll move the order of
Mr.
business
Vice
as
Mayor, hold on.
amended.
Wait,
I think
one
on,
more.
did you say 14B or
Councilman
14D?
Dieguez said 13A and 14B. So D as in dog.
D as in dog, right? Okay.
D. Okay, sorry. For the record, it's 14D. Is that it?
Yeah, I'll move the amended order of business.
Okay, we have a
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on to 16D, police report. Mr. Major.
Major, the reason why I had moved the item up is prior to getting into all these discussions, last month the council and the mayor had asked if there was a need for additional police officers on duty. You said you'd look at that, so I wanted to see if you had an update on that. I know that we're gonna go in front budget hearings right now, and I want to make sure that tomorrow, right, the town and the council know, with the increased demands of the residential units, with the opening of the 170th bridge, with the golf course project coming online as well, that we do have sufficient police presence to continue to make the town of Miami Lakes a safe town, the safest town.
Sure, and just to recap what we've discussed in some of the other budget hearings, and I wasn't prepared. I didn't have my notes. I didn't realize you guys were going to call me up so quickly. But one of the things that once this came up, the town manager and I got together, and he tasked me with looking at several metrics across the board in order to see whether or not we need additional personnel at this moment, whether it's something that we can revisit in the future. We looked at such metrics such as response times, calls holding, calls for service, as well as crime rate is another significant one. And obviously, in terms of crime over the past 5 years, we've gone down. We did take a slight uptick last year because with COVID we went way down, and then we went back up, but it still wasn't at the level that it was at 2019, 2018, or 2017. In terms of response times, we've managed to maintain stable throughout these years at 6 minutes and 30 seconds on average, anywhere from 6:30 to 6:45. In terms of calls holding, we've maintained average, these numbers are off the top of my head because I didn't have them in front of me, but around 130 to 140 calls holding. And by calls holding, we mean a call holding for 30 minutes or more. Obviously, it's not an emergency or priority call. It's something that while our guys are responding to those calls, it might be holding for a bit, and then we come back. Calls for service each year have gone down. We started off at about 17,000 way back in 2015, and we're down to 12,000 this past year. So looking at those metrics, we did not necessarily see a necessity for additional bodies at this time. Now, one thing that we did discuss was two of our major complaints are both crime in terms of vehicle burglaries, and that is the one statistical crime rate where we're slightly higher than last year. At about this time last year, we were in the 60s, and now we're in the 80s in terms of vehicle burglaries that have occurred, and obviously traffic complaints and speeding in certain areas. So getting together with the town manager, we've developed a plan so that we can combat, and this is something that I can discuss further tomorrow at the budget hearing as well, if need be, of addressing both those two issues. The vehicle burglaries would be with surveillances and high visibility patrols by details assigned to overtime details to our officers and during the nighttime. And the traffic obviously would be speeding enforcement, three-way stop enforcement, specifically on Fairway Drive, at key intersections and key roadways throughout the town. All right? And I provided the manager with a report that can also be forwarded to you guys so that you can take a look at that as well. That shows what we've looked at in order to develop that plan.
Got it. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
So you
Oh,
don't
sorry.
feel that we have to increase staffing for this budget this fiscal year?
At this time, no. And you know, trust me, I'd love for you to give me 10 more officers. You know, I mean, it would make my day, but I also have to, you know, be fiscally responsible and take a look at the metrics and see whether or not it can, I have to justify it. And at this moment, I can't necessarily justify that.
Well, we could give you more officers.
I'm
We just
sure
have
you
to.
could.
We just have to
I'm sure you
reappropriate what the manager's
I'm sure you
recommending.
could,
But we
I
could.
think, and you know, and when you look at staffing levels, you know, there's certain areas that I want to cover. It's not one area across the board. It's not Monday through Friday, 8-hour shifts. It's, I want to cover some, you know, peak times on Friday nights. Sometimes we're getting a lot of vehicle burglaries on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so I want to hit those as well. And I don't want to completely, you know, articulate the whole plan, but, you know, hit radar enforcement on Saturdays on 87th Avenue. So, you know, there's certain things I want to do at peak times, and the utilization of some overtime funds will help me in order to address those.
And that was one of the things that you had mentioned during the last budget workshop, was the possibility of having that 3-officer overtime unit on certain nights during the week.
That's correct.
And you had proposed the budget, and I think that's something that we should absolutely consider. And I would say even more days a week than what you had proposed. So we'll discuss that at the budget meetings in the next couple of weeks. Anyone else?
Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So, and I appreciate that feedback, Major. I can tell you one area that I'm a subject matter expert on is what our residents want, right? So without a doubt, our residents want more visibility in the neighborhoods and the major thoroughfares. So I'm very hopeful, because I think when the council made the first motion, I think there was about $500,000 available at that moment. So I know there's more than enough resources there for us to add that. My biggest concern is, and this is maybe something that not a lot of people are paying attention to. You drive on Commerce. This week, there's going to be another development breaking ground on Commerce, another residential development. Very soon, the Senior Village, which those two weren't mentioned, I think, by Councilman Alvarez. So there's a ratio, and you know that ratio well, per 1,000 residents. But I can tell you without a doubt, our residents want, and I look forward to that conversation tomorrow, because I'm going to make you some motions towards that. But our residents, without a doubt, want more visibility in the neighborhoods and on our major thoroughfares throughout the town. So they're very happy with our department, but they want more, which I think we have the money to do it, and I'm looking forward to that meeting tomorrow.
Excellent. Thank you, Major. Anyone else? Councilwoman, anything to add?
No, Vice Mayor, thank you so much.
All righty. Thank you. Thank you, Major. Moving on to public comments, Madam Clerk.
Good evening. All comments or questions from the attending public shall be directed to the mayor, in this case also the vice mayor, and to ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of this meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes maximum per person. Anyone in the audience who wants to please participate in public comments, just freely stand and approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and the 3 minutes will start as soon as you state your name. Thank you.
Welcome, Bonnie.
Bonnie Centron, 14770 Lewis Road. Good evening, Mayor Sid and council members. I have 4 comments on 4 different items, so I'll have to go fast. 14D, I support the idea to hire Mr. Peterman, our town manager, for the next 4 years, if possible. He has provided excellent service to our town, and I'm confident that he will always try to advise and manage in ways he believes will benefit the town and will correspond to the stipulations of our town charter, as well as to the state and federal constitution. Moving to 14H, I heartily agree with Councilman Diegas's proposal to get rid of some of the redundant signage in the town. There are far too many, and they're very unsightly. Less signs and more trees is always going to add to the aesthetics of the town image. On to 15A. I am not at all in favor of entering into a binding agreement for 5 years with Mr. Gastesi, but not because of anything personal that I would have against Mr. Gastesi. I just don't think that's a prudent thing to do to have any lawyer have a binding agreement with any lawyer for the town for that length of time. I just think that's not wise. And finally, 16C, I just wanted to comment that thanks to Mr. Peterman, the sign at the Optimist Park is no longer telling people to vote yes on November 8th in order to save the park. The list of sponsors for the Optimist Club's activities is impressive, and I'm sure that they appreciate the cost-free opportunity to get their business names into the public eye. But it did occur to me that rather than burden thousands of property owners who do not support a $19 million bond being issued, which would directly impact their taxes for the next 30 years, it would be great if we could just have the sponsors and the property owners who favor having the park drastically upgraded, have them be responsible for the cost. It's not in any way fair to burden the property owners who are not in favor of the proposal to pay for something that they don't need or want, especially when many who are not even property owners will be voting on the issue, which is actually against Florida statutes. We all know our economy is in a bad way right now. It's not a good time to be trying to spend great sums of money. And finally, just Mayor Sid, I wanted to thank him for suggesting that we have a open town hall forum. We tried that once before, but somehow word didn't get out and not enough people knew about it. So many people would like to be able to come and discuss things. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. Next.
Good evening, Town Council members. My name is Peter Montanes. Do I need to say my home address?
Yes, name and address, please.
Yes. My home address is 7401 Twin Sable Drive, Miami Lakes. I am the next door neighbor of Town Manager Mr. Peterman. And I'm here to express that I support strongly the resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes to extend the term of employment for Mr. Peterman. Now, like I said, I'm his next door neighbor, and it's not one, it's not two, but it's 3 decades that I know Mr. Peterman, 30 years altogether. And so basically, other than his family, there's very few people that know him like I know him. So I would say that I'm going to talk mainly about from the time that he was the town manager. Obviously, I can say many things before he was the town manager. So I did see a significant involvement prior to him becoming a town manager, and it's really delightful to know individuals like him who are involved in the community even before he was a town manager. Now, right after he became a town manager, given that he's my next door neighbor, one of the first items that we talk about is the famous bridges to be open on 154th Street and 170th Street. We had a good conversation, and I'm not going to go into details, but basically, and I didn't say that to him, but I did say to my wife, I'm so happy that Mr. Peterman is the town manager. I am content with the resolutions, potential resolutions, the idea, the suggestion that he had in mind in order to alleviate and come up into a practical solution with respect to the opening of these 2 bridges. Moving on, since I only have 3 minutes, COVID hits us back in 2019, and I saw how devoted he was, having weekly briefings so that we all had some sense of security, knowing that our town was making the right decision during those difficult times. In addition to that, I also noticed that he was basically very considerate with respect to the small businesses in the town of Miami Lakes. So, in fact, he was attending many meetings. His wife told me, look, I can't stop him from going to meetings. You know, we're going through difficult times, but service is in his DNA. So therefore, he's going to go to the meetings no matter what I tell him to do. So, and in fact, during that time, I only have 3 minutes?
Yep, that was
Done?
it.
Okay.
That's 3 minutes, but if you want to just wrap up the final thought.
Let me just wrap it up. So during that time, well, one more thing, and 15 seconds. He also took care of an elderly woman who had been potentially abused. And he's a man of action, and I'm the living proof that he's doing that for the community. Thank you
very much. Next.
Louis Espinosa, 7225 Poinciana Court. And I'd like to apologize to some of you or all of you because I haven't been coming to these meetings as diligently as I should as a citizen ever since my last ill-advised run for mayor against Mr. Slayton there, who beat me soundly, I might add. And it was a pleasure to lose to anybody. I'd much rather lose to you, Mayor Slayton. So, but I'm here in support. I stand in support of Councilman Dieguez. I don't know if it's a motion or a recommendation to renew the contract of Town Manager Mr. Peterman. I just urge you, number one, I'm not here as Eddie's friend. I believe that we leave friendships at the door. If we're elected to these positions, we should do what's in the best interest of our citizens. And in all honesty, we can only judge you and the mayor and anybody else behind the dais based on your performance and your accomplishments. And I think that all of you, not just our town manager or our mayor, have done a rather good job or a very difficult 3 or 4 years. So I applaud all of you for what you've done. But I urge you to do the same on behalf of our town manager position. Judge him on his accomplishments and what he's accomplished and his performance over the last 2 or 3 years. So that's all I urge you to do. And once again, I'm not here as anybody's friend. I'm just here as a citizen that I think we should do what's in the best interest of our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak, just come on up.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Council. My name is Gloria Joy-Harzabal Martinez. I live at 15405 Miami Lakeway North, Condo 307 at Celebration Point. I am here to, number one, remind all of you and the mayor as to the reasons why you first hired Mr. Peterman. I am here in support as a resident of Miami Lakes, but also as a lifelong friend of Eddie Peterman and his family. That is key and essential as to why you gave him the position to begin with. And everything that he has done since he has taken that office has been for the betterment of Miami Lakes. I just want you all to please remember that. Thank you so much for your time and have a great evening.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Rogers. I live at 15558 Braemar Court, Miami Lakes. And I am here to support Mr. Peterman. I think he's done a great job. And he's one of the few people that I had to go to for help that got the issue settled for me within a matter of 2 hours. I was very grateful. It wasn't even his job probably to help me out with my problem, but that was impressive. And while he owns property where I live, I only know him from coming here and getting the help that I needed. This is the type of employee we need in this town. We're losing a lot of good people to other towns. I don't like that. I'm sorry. This isn't what I came here to talk about, but we have a good person. Let's keep him here. Do what you got to do, guys. Vote tonight, vote in July, whatever. Just get it done. Now, issue number 2. I had the honor of campaigning for a candidate over at Mary Collins on 82nd Avenue. Thrilled to death to see the traffic thing that y'all set up with the lights across the street when you push a button. I don't know if any of you are aware of that. It's amazing until you try to push the button and cross, because I tried it, and 3 cars, not only did they ignore the lights and the pedestrian and this old lady, but they were speeding at least, all day long, 50 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. And these are children, cars parked along the sidewalks in the street. Any one of those kids could have been chasing a ball between cars, gone out there and gotten run over. It was disgusting. And as a chairperson of the Public Safety Committee, this is my new hurrah of what I'm going to try to get taken care of. I don't care what you lower the speed limit to, but somebody's got to be out there to see what's going on. It was fearful all day long. So please, whatever can be done for that. But more so important to me is to keep the good people in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Alleman. I live at 6768 Parkinsonia Drive. I've been a resident for Miami Lakes over 30 years now. I'm here to support Mr. Edward Peterman. I know Mr. Peterman for over 25 years. I know his dedication to not only the town of Miami Lakes, also the dedication to the community, where he's given back to the community with the youth program where he used to be coaching. There's many aspects that you have to look at the integrity of what Mr. Peterman brings to the table here. I have over 30 years experience in property manager. I work with the Aventura Mall. I work with city managers very closely. I work for the city of Aventura. I work very, very closely with them, and I can tell you that Mr. Peterman brings exceptional skills, dedication. Not only that, he's a compassionate person. When my daughter, with 32 years, got cancer, not only was he there as a city manager, but also as a person that was there to call me and see how my daughter was. That's a person that I think we need to look at. He's a resident of Miami Lakes. We have to consider that he has the best interest for our town, and that's something that we can't not ignore. So I hope you guys consider that. And I'm proud to be a resident of Miami Lakes, and thank you guys all here that you guys do a wonderful job. I'm proud to be a resident of Miami Lakes. I haven't moved out of Miami Lakes. I've had opportunities to go move to Aventura for reasons that ownership has wanted me to do, but I'm very proud of what we deliver here. Like I said, I remember when this used to be a barn in that corner. I grew up here. I grew up here 50 years, you know, where we all used to have fun in the barn way back with Governor Graham. We used to do barbecues out there for all of you that don't know the city of town of Miami Lakes. So thank you all for your support, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jose Montes. I live at 7041 Torfin Place in Miami Lakes. I have lived in Miami Lakes for over 22 years. I love Miami Lakes. I love the way that Eddie runs Miami Lakes. I've known Eddie and the Peterman family since the late 70s, from our days at Immaculate and Pace. I know Eddie's makeup and abilities. Eddie is a person of integrity. He has led our town in an exemplary manner. I'm in favor of extending Eddie's contract to continue to be our town manager. I support Eddie Peterman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, everyone here. I'm here on behalf of Eddie Peterman. Not to date ourselves, but I've known Eddie since second grade. Someone mentioned 30 years.
Jimmy,
I'm at 50.
name and address for the record.
I'm sorry, Jimmy Robina, 6900 Bamboo Street. Somebody mentioned 30, I'm at 53, I think. So, again, not to date ourselves. I've known Eddie and his family since that time, and I've only known Eddie to be of high character, a person with integrity. As you all know, he was with the fire department for many years, ascended to a high position in charge of a lot of men under his guidance, and that shows the leadership skills that he has. And there's no doubt in my mind that his best interest at heart is for our town. And who would have known that we only live blocks away from each other after 50-something years. And I'm here to speak on his behalf very highly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members, Mr. Mayor and everyone here present. My name is Angel Gonzalez. I live at 7260 South Prestwick Place in Miami Lakes. I've been a resident of Miami Lakes for 39 years. I've known Mr. Peterman for several years, not only as friends, but we have many mutual acquaintances and friends in common. And in all those friendships, I have never encountered one single individual that has said anything negative or derogatory towards Mr. Peterman. His integrity and character speaks volumes. I'm just going to give you a little tidbit that happened just a few months ago. Friends of mine opened the new restaurant here in town, La Estrella, the Italian restaurant, and they were getting, delayed with a lot of the permits, little things going back and forth between the inspectors. Nothing negative about the inspectors of the town or anything like that, but the process was dragging along too long. And I said, let me reach out to Mr. Peterman and called him up. He was busy, sent me a text, tied up on a phone call. Can I call you later? So I went ahead and sent him a text. And the text was very simple and to the point, and explained to him what's going on. And that was like at 4:30 in the afternoon. And he tells me, and replies immediately, I'll look into it first thing in the morning. The next morning at 9:22 in the morning, I got a text from Mr. Peterman and telling me all the different details that's going on in the particular case. But we're on it, and we're definitely going to expedite the process to open the restaurant as soon as possible. And sure enough, they did. They opened up back in April. They did the ribbon cutting ceremony the 17th of this month. So I'm grateful for that. I only did it because the owner of the restaurant is a friend of mine. I said, you want me to make one phone call? And I knew that calling Mr. Peterman was going to get the job done. That's the type of individual that we have in this town. He responds to the needs of every citizen, regardless if he knows you or he doesn't know you. So for that reason, I'm here to support his renewal of the contract. I'd like to remind you that the grass is not always greener on the other side. And when you open the opportunity for other people to start applying for his job, you're going to get people that are going to seem like, the next golden cow. And surprise, surprise. Just no need to remind any of you, if you're familiar with the history of Miami Lakes, the experience we had with a manager by the name of Dennis White. There was a terrible choice, and he seemed to have all the right credentials. So why try to reinvent the wheel when we have somebody with Mr. Peterman's character, integrity, and the ability to get things done? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angel. Next.
Good evening. Hello, JP Garcia, 6301 Penn Place. I'm here for fully supporting or extending our town manager, Eddie Peterman's contract. I have had the honor and pleasure of personally knowing our town manager, Eddie Peterman, for close to 18 years. 12 of those years I spent as a firefighter working for him. Those are probably the best years I had ever in my career with him. Throughout my career, I've always admired his ethics, his morals, positive leadership attributes, and his interpersonal skills. Mr. Peterman quickly rose through our ranks in our fire department, and he was successful in every single role he held. Eddie is that type of leader. He's the type of leader that empowers others, creates independent thinkers, and listens with an open mind. All qualities any of us would love to have in a boss. Beyond his ability in being an effective and efficient supervisor, Eddie is a great man. He treats everyone with respect. He has a genuine good heart and always shakes your hands. I remember when I was thinking of buying a home back here over 10 years ago, and Eddie was the first one that told me a while ago, JP, do it. It's the best place to live. And he was right. This town is great. I never regret ever purchasing here. When he was awarded the position of town manager, I knew we'll be in great hands. Eddie, a person who lives, breathes, and loves our town. Who better else? It has been an honor to come here speaking on his behalf. I have the utmost respect for him, as you can tell probably. But the fact that we're here questioning his professional performance, ethical duty, and love for this town is quite shocking to me. He is a true leader, a great family man who has raised 3 amazing kids and has always had our town's best interests in our mind. He has been a pillar for this community for decades. And Eddie, I'm not calling you old. Decades, okay? Sorry. and I promise that anyone that speaks to him can immediately sense his pride and love for our town. Once again, I have full confidence in his abilities to manage our town, and I feel it's relevant to say in today's society that instead of focusing on working against each other, we should try working together. Looking up here, I see a great group of personnel up here that can make a great change in our community. I look forward to seeing our town grow beautifully with Eddie Peterman as our town manager. Thank you.
Thank you, JP. Next.
Good evening, all. Harold Rabina, 16390 Northwest 88 Path, and I'm here in favor of supporting our town manager's contract. Like my brother over here that spoke earlier, I've known, and I'll call him Eddie because he's a good friend. I've known him for 50 years, I guess, since our days at Immaculate Conception as well. And Eddie's always been just a honest, hardworking guy, just a great family guy, and a dear friend. But aside from the friends, I had a little issue with my construction that we did at home here recently, and I took the situation to him. It was resolved within a couple days. All went smooth, everything was fixed, and construction's done, so I'm happy about that, and everything went smooth. But, you know, friendship and all, he's done a fantastic job here in the town, and I strongly urge you to consider his extension of his contract. He's a great guy.
Thank you.
All right.
Good evening. AJ Garcia, 7020 Crown Gate Court. I'm here in support of Mr. Peterman. 3 minutes is honestly not enough time to say what I think about him. I've known him for 30 years, and what I can say is he gets a text from me every Father's Day telling him Happy Father's Day. He's somebody I look up to, somebody that I see as a role model for my kids. All I can say is anytime you have the opportunity to have that gentleman on your side, you take advantage. He's somebody that I look up to, somebody that, again, you want him on your side for anything, any situation. This town is lucky to have him, and I hope we can keep him on board for as long as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Jacqueline Debian Garcia, 6301 Pent Place. I'll be speaking in support of extending our town manager's contract. I've known Eddie Peterman for 20 years. He's always been like a father figure to me. Knowing that he is the manager of the town that I now live in brings me so much peace and comfort. And it's simply because I know that with his genuine heart, he always has the best interest in mind for the civilians he has served throughout his career as fire chief and now as our town manager for our town. Thinking back to when I was younger, I remember how he taught me about his life perspective with quotes like, "Water off a duck's back," which I feel is relevant to what's happening here today. So anything that is being said as an attack on his character, work ethics, professionalism will be like water off a duck's back. The truth will always win, and I'm proud to speak my truth today on behalf of Eddie Peterman. I have no doubt the town will continue to be cared for in good hands and with good intentions while having Eddie serve as our town manager once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in public comment? Albert?
I might as well pile on. So good evening, Mr. Mayor, wherever you are, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, Mr. Town Manager, Mr. Town Attorney. For the record, my name is Albert Del Castillo, a 51-year resident of the town of Miami Lakes, currently residing at 7080 Torfin Place. And you know that I don't come up here very often other than for actual town business on behalf of the town, but I thought that the subject matter here this evening was sufficiently important to warrant my coming up and supporting the extension and retention of Eddie Peterman as our town manager. At the same time, I didn't realize that also our town attorney's contract is being taken up, and I think as well they should definitely be renewed. So here's where I'm at with this, and I promise I won't take nearly as long because you've heard all the good attributes about Eddie. Like I said, 51 years here. I was raised here. I've raised my 5 kids here, and now at least 2 of my grandchildren are being raised here. I absolutely love this town. I mentioned the 51 years in the town not to brag about the time, but to just as evidence of how much I love this town. And what I also love is what this council, led by our mayor, working hand in glove with our town manager, what you have accomplished here in the past several years. We've gotten away from the past acrimony, vitriol, and instead, you all have rolled your sleeves up and have worked together to really make this town a place where not only old-timers like me want to continue to live here, but where the next generation wants to live. My oldest son moved in here to Royal Oaks a couple of years ago with his wife and 2 young children, and that's what we need. We need to be future thinking about how we improve this town and its infrastructure and its mode of living to not only retain the old folks, but to attract the new folks. And I think this town council, our mayor, and our town manager have done an excellent job of doing that. And when you have a winning team, you don't break it up. You keep going. So my words hold true for the town manager. They hold true for the town attorney. And I just hope and trust and pray that you will continue with your great winning team.
Thank you, Albert. Next. Welcome, Jim.
My name is Jim Hamilton. I live at 8528 Glen Cairn Lane, Miami Lakes. I'm here basically to support the extension or the new contract for Mr. Peterman. I first met Ed back when he was volunteering coaching sports. And anybody gives up his time and volunteers to help the kids in our community starts off as a good person in my book. And Ed certainly was that. You've heard more people that are closely associated with Ed than I am, and they spoke eloquently about his performance, and I think you all can see that, so I don't have to spend more time on it. He's a great guy and has done a great job, so I fully support Mr. Peterman. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Come on up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Katiuska Barrero. I live at 7221 Bamboo Street, Miami Lakes. I've known Mr. Peterman for over 30 years. Myself and my entire family support him 100%. Many, many years ago, since the time we moved and we were all very young, any concern I had about this city, I would always share it with Mr. Peterman. And the reason was because he was such an activist and really a caring person in reference to the town and where he lived and for all of us. Not only is he an incredible guy with great integrity, he's a great asset to this city. So we are all in support 100% of Mr. Peterman.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wishing to speak? Come on up, Ruth.
Hello. Ruth Cato, as you all know, 16330 Oak Walk. Alrighty. Attacked by the microphone. And I'm here to speak in support of the manager being renewed his contract. And I'm not speaking as a resident, I'm speaking as a former employee. I worked with Manager Peterman from his inception here as town manager through January of this year. I worked under Alex Ray as well, and I can say that the Manager Peterman was more welcoming and more attentive to me personally. I felt very comfortable knocking on his door and walking into his office and speaking to him about the young people that we hire that come and they go. They come and they take classes and they get accredited and they get certifications and they go bye-bye, off to another municipality to make more money to grow. They don't grow here. They don't grow here. I spoke to Manager Peterman about that. Brandon Diaz, Elizabeth Goldstein. They're making a lot of money elsewhere, doing what they were doing here for the town, doing more than what they were doing for the town. The manager has the staff's best interest and the residents' best interest front and center. During COVID, he fought for us to be able to work from home. He was here every day. I was here twice a week, picking up mail, running checks to deposit, and the manager was sitting in his office. He would pick up the mail and bring it upstairs and leave it on the desk so that I can go through it and pull out the utility bills to pay the utility bills. We want to talk about utility bills and the sign at Optimist Park. How about we talk about the air conditioning that blows in here at 65 degrees and everybody's got a heater under their desk? That's a waste of money. But we're worried about the few dollars that it must cost to run a sign, to encourage people to acknowledge, to get informed about something that's important to this town. A park to get children off the street, to play ball, to run around, to play in a playground. So I support Optimist Park as well, because we need a place for kids to play on this side of town. Not in Royal Oaks, but in Optimist, where they can play baseball. From 5 years old all the way through high school. And maybe we'll have somebody from Miami Lakes in the professional league. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Connie Benya, and I live at 6923 Seagrape Terrace. I'm here to support Mr. Peterman. His leadership, his love for his town and its people is one to be admired. He does what it needs to be done to make this town the best it can be. He's a stand-up man. I've known him for many, many years. But besides that, I fully support him. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor? Welcome. Welcome back.
Good evening. Wayne Slayton, 8540 Menteith Terrace. Good evening, council members, staff. As you see, I typically sit over with the staff. I support the staff. That's two of the reasons I'm here tonight. One is to support the staff, and I encourage you for long-term contracts for your staff, for all the staff. When the staff is doing a good job, we need to support the staff, and I'm totally in favor of extending long-term contracts. Review the people, review the staff. The staff should be reviewed internally, not in the public, but internally. It's your jobs to review everyone. And from what I see, the staff is doing a good job. To me, really my number one reason for coming tonight, which is more important to me, is the town of Miami Lakes Optimist Park. That has been a goal of mine since I first ran for town mayor. That was one of the original goals of the creation of the town of Miami Lakes, to be able to fulfill and continue the fine work that the Optimist Club had done in bringing that park all these many years to where it's been. But it's long past time, 21 years since we became a town. The town of Miami Lakes deserves a first-class baseball major park. Please support it. Thank you for supporting it. And I thank you for your continued service, all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anyone else wishing to speak in public comments? Going once. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online?
Yes, we do, Vice Mayor. If you're participating in public comments virtually, please just unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the Town of Miami Lakes Council meeting.
Hi, this is Adrian Baste at 7413 Loch Ness Drive. I just wanted to speak in support of the extension of the contract with Mr. Peterman. I find it extremely interesting that we are reviewing this in a public sector, considering when he was first hired, one of the main goals was to hire somebody local who cared for the town. I believe his caring of the town is beyond measure. I respect the man for how he conducts himself in public, and we laud the accomplishments of this town over the difficult times of the last few years. As mentioned previously, that would be done in a team. I would find those accomplishments very difficult to achieve without Mr. Peterman at his post. And I believe he is a key part and an integral part of the success this town has had. I support the extension of his contract, and I thank him very much for his service.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak virtually, please just unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Just for the audience to know, this is not just public comments on that item. You can speak on any item on the agenda in public comments at this time. So if you have any other items on the agenda you want to speak about, you can also speak about that, just in case. Okay, Madam Clerk, anyone else online?
I see some participants, but if they're not unmuting yourself, they might just be here participating to listen to the meeting.
Hello?
Oh, we do have a lady, Miss Irene Gutierrez.
Yes, hello.
Good
This is
evening.
Irene Gutierrez. I live at 8025 Northwest 162nd Street, Miami Lakes, Florida, in Royal Oaks. And I have known Mr. Ed Peterman for a short time. I met him through the AT&T issues that we had in Royal Oaks when they were doing repairs on all the lines. He has been, and now with the whole school scenario on 79th Avenue, which he's the only one that through the years has responded to the traffic issues. He's been responsive and effective. I vote to keep him in. I've never met such a person that's been so responsive in the years, in the 30 years I've been living in Miami Lakes. I also vote to extend the attorney, Lorenzo Coviella, in. He's also been responsive when I've had issues regarding people not paying attention to the law, to the traffic signs on 79th, on not parking on the swale. This is a biggie for us because we live on the east side of Royal Oaks, and the traffic is very, very bad. Today I had a meeting with Mayor Ruiz, with Ed Peterman, and I don't remember who the other person was on the conference call. I can't speak enough about this gentleman trying to help us out. I wish that, you would really consider the type of person that he is. We need effective people in these kinds of positions where they tend to the needs of the residents that are paying these tax dollars in all these areas, and they need to be heard and things need to change. I appreciate everything he's done for us. We're still, a long ways from getting it resolved 100%, but he's always an ear to listen in the short time that I've met him. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Irene. Anyone else wishing to speak? Public comments online? Just unmute yourself. Going once. Going twice. Anyone else here? Okay, public comments are closed.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for purposes of the record, as I always do, I have received, I want to say approximately like 15 emails considered written public comments. So for purposes of the record, I'm just going to state the name of the individuals who sent these emails. The first one starting with former Councilman Tony Lama in support or in favor of renewal of the town manager's contract. Email from Mr. Tony Sanchez in support of the town manager's contract. Email from former council member Robert Metter, former vice mayor. Let me correct that for the record. In support as well of Mr. Town Manager's contract. Email in support of extension or renewing the employment of Mr. Peterman from Mr. Michael Huffaker. Email in support from Mr. Ruben Argüelles. Email in support as well for the town manager from Mr. Sergio Penton. Email in support from Natacha and Jose Caballero in support of Mr. Peterman's contract. Email in support of the town manager's contract, Mr. Danny Cardeso. An email from Mr. Armando Mendez in support of town manager's contract. An email in support of Ms. Esther Boni Cintron as well for the town manager's contract. An email in support from Mr. Marcos Gutierrez to extend the contract of the manager. An email from Mr. Rafael Luces in support of Mr. Peterman's contract. An email from Angel and Gloria Martinez in support of the contract of the town manager. An email in support from Ms. Lynn Matos in support of the town manager's contract. And the last email that I received from Ms. Hope Reynolds in full support of the town manager's contract for 4 more years, and in support of the town attorneys having a month-to-month contract. So let the record reflect that these are the written public comments received by my office in the last few days.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, I'm going to reopen the order of business and make a motion to reopen the order of business.
I'll second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Just very quick, before we get into the discussion on 13A and 14D, I wanted to take up the appointments of the committee nominations as well as the committee reports, because those are usually pretty quick and we can get our committee members in and out of here in a timely manner. So before we get into the discussion of on the meat of the agenda, let's get these things out of the way, please.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, though,
Yes, sir.
just so you know, I did have some questions regarding one of the appointments that I just wanted to get some information on when we get to that item.
It's up right now, so.
I'll make a motion to adopt the nominations that were presented, and I'll also make a motion to waive rule from Section 11 for the 2 nominees that the waiver is required for.
We have a motion and a second. I will second that item. So we have a motion and a second.
Yeah.
Councilman Dieguez?
Thank you. My question is, I wanted to know if this gentleman, Mr. Estrella, is in chambers at the moment. Mr. John Estrella, is that you, sir? Oh, Estrada. Sorry. I'm sorry. Can you
No,
come up?
Juan, no. John
John Estrella.
Is there a John Estrella?
Yeah, that would be one of those that requires a waiver of the 2 meeting requirement.
No.
All right.
He's not
So
here.
I just want to, the reason why I was hoping that he was here was I just wanted to see if he was aware of the 2 meeting requirement, or if he had previously served on either of these boards, which I think would be, for me, a basis for waiving the rules in general. Obviously, we have these rules for a reason. Ruth has worked with us before, so she's very familiar with the work of the board that she's looking to join. But I just have a question. I don't know who's best able to answer it as far as the reason for the waiver in this particular instance.
I mean, he's an appointment of the mayor, so I'm not sure if he's available right now, but I'm going to put my 2 cents on the record. We'll take whatever volunteers we can get, right? So if someone wants to come in and volunteer their time, this gentleman's committing to 2 committees. I say we give him a chance, right? Even if I understand we have this waiver, this requirement of 2 meetings, but we have a gentleman willing to serve on blasting advisory and neighborhood improvement. I don't think it'd be wise to turn people away. I understand the concern, but I'm in favor of giving anyone who wants to come and volunteer their time on behalf of the town. I'm willing to give you a chance to come and serve our town. So thank you.
Look, and I think that's entirely fine and valid, except for the fact that we amended our rules specifically because our different committees were having quorum issues, right? We're putting people on boards. They have not demonstrated that they were going to put in the time. I understand about giving them a chance, but then maybe we just need to do away with that requirement, because I had my 2 appointees that are on the list tonight go to 2 meetings. They follow that rule. They followed the rule that we imposed literally like a few months ago. So I think we need to make up our minds about what we want to do. And look, I'm gonna support this waiver, but I'm also gonna move in the next meeting, to get rid of this rule. It makes no sense that we're gonna keep,
I agree with you. I think that's actually a good thing that we should do. I'm more in favor of the rule that we implemented, where if they don't show up, they're automatically removed, and then they have to be reinstated, which is something that we also do once they're on the committees.
I like that. I like
so
that.
Anyone else wishing to discuss? If not, all those in favor of the nominees?
Well, first on the motion to
we had
waive.
A motion.
Oh,
we had a motion and a waiver.
But I mean, taking
It
up
was
the
both.
votes.
She took both.
Okay.
Yeah, so we had the motion to approve the group and the waivers.
Understood.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
I just want to recognize a couple people. Ruth, former staff member, thank you very much. And Leonardo, our newly minted intern, is now on our youth activities task force, so thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, and my friend from high school, Juan, is now on the
We also have
neighborhood
Matthew
improvement.
Casamayor, who's in the audience, and
Anyone
economic development.
else here that is being appointed right now?
Javi.
Please stand. Please stand.
Thank
Let's
you all for your
give
service.
them a round of applause for their service. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, we're gonna do a picture, committee picture. Somebody's son must be getting appointed.
Anyone else?
Come on up, everybody who's here. We'll stand behind you guys.
Would somebody else like to take the picture so I can be in it? I'm kidding. Actually, I got it.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more.
Okay, moving on to item 8A, Sports Hall of Fame Committee. Any members on behalf of the Sports Hall of Fame Committee here to speak? Jim? All right.
My name is Jim Hamilton, 8528 Glencairn Lane, Miami Lakes. I'm here representing the Sports Hall of Fame. I've got 4 nominations that we would like to get approved tonight so that we can send out the information for them to save the date. And in saying that, our 5th class ceremony for the Town of Miami Lakes Sports Hall of Fame will take place on Saturday night, December the 10th, 2022 at 6 p.m. at Optimus Park. Now, I can read a brief summary on each of the nominees, or I can just mention their names if...
I think their names are
fine.
good. Yeah, we have all the information on the nominees,
Okay,
so just
okay.
their names is good.
So the first one under the category of athlete is Steve Blake.
That's a good choice.
Played 13 years for the NBA. The next nominee is Mr. Charlie DeLuca, the first golf pro at the Country Club of Miami Lakes. And he would be under several different categories. He's also, of course, as you know, deceased, and so his son, Charlie DeLuca Jr., would be in the audience. Under the category of a coach is Mr. Gary Cray, who coached at HML, Hialeah Miami Lakes, won 4 state titles, was the National Coach of the Year in 1980, so highly respected. And as a community builder is Mr. Terry Curry. He's a banker from Ocean Bank, coached in the Optimus for over 40 years, was a treasurer for over 30, He was instrumental in getting the bank to donate money for the school boards in both Royal Oaks Park and Miami Lakes Optimus Park. And those are the 4 candidates that we would like to get the approval on tonight.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll move it. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Mayor, are you on? Councilwoman Ruano, are you on? So we can take a vote on this? Oh, Mr. Attorney, we don't have quorum right now? All right. So we'll take a brief recess before that.
Okay.
That call, Jim. So
Thank you.
just give me 1 second. All right. I guess we'll take a 5-minute recess. Mr. Amador, can you go grab? No, I'm just kidding. All right, shorter recess than we expected. So now that we have physical quorum back in chambers, we had a motion on the Sports Hall of Fame nominees, and we had a second. Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much, Jim.
Okay, thank you.
Next committee report, Education Advisory Board.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Happy birthday, Manny Sin. Real quick, we had the EAB request to transfer some funds to the next fiscal year. As you've seen in your memo, we have an amount that we would like to amend. The following numbers is what we would like to transfer over to the next fiscal year. 698 from the events category, from the original budget that you gave us, back to the events category for the next fiscal year. 947.58 from sponsorship donations that we received, for it to transfer to the next fiscal year, to the sponsor donations category. And then we would like to transfer 502 cents that was not used from the language AP to be transferred to the miscellaneous line for the next fiscal year.
Okay, I'll move it.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item?
Yes.
Mayor?
And I see the councilwoman turned on her camera, so I'll go to you next, councilwoman.
No, I'll defer to her.
Okay, councilwoman, you're up.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mario, for your presentation. I believe that sponsorship funds need to remain with the committee. I wanted to clarify that through staff. If there are funds that this particular committee has raised for an event, I believe that it has to remain with that committee even past our fiscal year.
Yes, and Melissa Hernandez is not in the room right now, but the money that is raised on a sponsorship that's earmarked for a committee, that's the first money used for that event. So I'm not sure, which event was it?
Well, we have a leftover from sponsorship money, $947.58. From which event that was, I cannot tell you. Our thought was that the money used first was the line item event, the
No.
$1,000.
No, because
From our notion, then, we know that it comes out from the sponsorship money.
sponsorship first, because people, when they give you guys the sponsorship, they earmark it for this event, whether it's
Correct.
4th of July or jog or whatever. So we want to make sure that somebody's money that they provide to any committee for a specific event, we want to make sure that that money gets spent on that event.
Correct. That is the plan, that we will spend that money on the same event the following year.
Well, you may not have, because
There's not, correct. There might not be enough for it.
no, there may not, I don't think that the money, just if it's on it's in that event, it may not be sponsorship money. It may be, the sponsorship money may have been exhausted, and what you have is general fund money.
No, from the general fund money, we only have left $698.30 and $502 from the AP language.
Okay. Let Melissa clear it up so she can.
I didn't hear the first part because I stepped out.
He just gave a breakdown. He has 698 from general fund, and then he has 947.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah.
What I had recommended to the EAB committee when I met with them on the 6th is that they should wait to request any carryover funds until we have actually closed the fiscal year. Because at that point, we will know and have all their expenses in the books at that point.
That makes sense. Is that okay with? Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you. And one of the things that Melissa and I talked about is, especially when it comes to accounting for some of the sponsorship dollars, how they're not triggered quick enough with the receivables and then the final budget. So they have to manually go in there and start adjusting. So the adjustments might not reflect based on what's come up in the past. It happens extensively with youth activities, which gets a lot of sponsorship dollars, and the same thing with the Elderly Affairs Committee. And we even talked about possibly bringing forward a new business item which might ameliorate some of these conditions to give you more real-time data on where your budget, because I know the intent, Mario. The intent of the committee is, let's preserve the dollars that we didn't spend, right? And let's carry them forward. So I think what Melissa's recommending, wait till they close the books, then we actually know what that number is, and then we can go ahead and do a carry forward. Or is that the intent of the committee?
The intent was for us not to be late on requesting from the council. But if we are not going to be late in the October council meeting, then I will go ahead and follow her directions.
Yeah, and to ameliorate, and not to steal my own thunder, but I'm going to be putting forth a new business item where I'll be working with you to make sure that we can make that flow as seamless as possible as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we will table the request from the EAB then?
Our concern was that we had to bring it up before September because October is the deadline, but we'll go ahead and if that's okay, we'll go ahead and do it in October.
Also, another thing to address, I briefly heard it when I was running back over here.
I'm sorry, can you lean into the mic a little more?
The sponsorship dollars that we receive, we utilize those funds first before we actually use general fund dollars.
Yes, the manager mentioned that, yeah.
To be correct, the sponsorship money, as Mr. Peterman said, it carries over automatically, or it's something that you have to request it.
Okay, so they can make that request.
May I add just one more thing?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So this is going to be tabled until the following meeting, but I didn't want to skip over some of the comments that I wanted to make to the EAB and to any other committee that is listening at this point. Obviously sponsorship dollars, if requested, and I think even if not requested, they should carry over or they should be returned to the sponsor because these are monies that are earmarked for specific events. So it's not something that I think we can determine not to carry over. They can't be commingled with our general fund money at any point. So that I feel like the committee shouldn't even have to request that. But as for the remainder of the funds, any funds you discussed, general fund money that was left over in your events category, and I believe some funds that were left over in your language arts program, it will be my policy that any remaining funds in any committee will go back to the town, to our general fund, and we will allocate your new budget in the current year. I don't want to get into the habit of having every committee roll over their funds. I think that every year you should ask for the funds that you need for the events that you're going to put together. And at that point, we'll determine whether that budget works for us or not. But at least I won't be voting to roll over any of these remaining funds that are in any of these categories except for sponsorship dollars.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mario.
Got it.
Thank you,
okay.
everyone.
Anyone else?
Yep.
Oh, Councilman, yes.
Yep. I have another question to staff and to the chair. The memo for this item has a different dollar amount than what you brought
Correct.
forward.
The memo that we got, we hadn't got our line items all there. We would ask Melissa to join us at the meeting. She was obviously busy trying to get the budget. She did join us at our meeting a few minutes. She explained to us that some of the statements are not in, so we did our math ourselves. Those are the numbers that we gave you, but if it's proper for us to wait for the statements to come in and present in October, we will. Our concern was that we were going to be late. Yeah,
Right.
time-wise. We didn't want, we said, okay, let me present it in September, and if I need to come back in October, I will. You know, I
So-
don't mind seeing you guys again.
So that was the other thing I wanted to get clarity on, because you mentioned October 3 times. I think what Melissa's referring to is when the books are completely closed out and the carryover amount is discussed, which wouldn't be October, it'd be more like February or March.
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, the carry forward amendment happens in February, and you normally see it like in March. But the closeout of this year, that will end September 31st at the end of this month, happens throughout October and into November. So that is when we can make decisions on how to close out the year.
So this is a question to the manager. If we know in November or December, why do we wait until February or March to take on the carryover amendment?
Then the auditors come in. What you get at the end in February and March are the audited. So after they've closed out this year, the auditors have come in, done their due diligence, that's when we present the finalized audited numbers to you, so you can consider reallocating this year's budget numbers, whatever, if there's any carry forward, into next year's budget.
So would it be prudent to take up their request in March after the numbers have been audited, or should we take it on in December or January before they're audited?
Well, really, it's probably would be for them to bring it to you in February, right? For a decision, right? Because you're going to have it before you as an item for consideration. We're going to have the carry forward amount operationally. We're going to take those dollars and make operational recommendations to you on how to reallocate that money if there is an overage from this year. So for them to bring it for a policy decision to the council would probably be prudent in January or February. That way, when we're preparing the carry forward amendment for March, then we'll take that into consideration. And in addition to, distributing money towards whatever sidewalks or streets or what have you, if you make a policy decision that their money is going to be pushed forward into next fiscal year, that would be the time to do it.
So then my request would be to have the committee bring it back in February.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, item 8C, Blasting Advisory Board. Mr. Chair.
Good evening, everyone. This one is quick, so keep it short. The tides are finally changing. The tide finally changing with regards to finding an equitable solution to coexist with the mining industry. Exchange of information and transparency is key. The Miami-Dade pilot program is in full swing in obtaining data from the state-sponsored seismographs. Residents are encouraged to report every time the energy wave is felt with the blast. These complaints, along with the recorded data, will soon be made accessible via a website by the State Fire Marshal's Office. So the Blasting Advisory Board is requesting a resolution for the following. In continuing to provide information to the public, we are requesting that the Town Council petition the Miami Laker on an ongoing space to provide the latest information on blasting. The information may be easily provided by the monthly minutes of the Blasting Advisory Board, and further, we request that the website address for posting complaints along with a direct link via QR code be made on the paper.
I think that's a fantastic idea. I'm gonna motion to approve that.
Second.
I had one question. Have you spoken to anyone at the Laker about this?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
I'm interested to see what they have to say. It's content for their paper, and it's very informational for residents. So I hope they're in favor of it. Anyone else?
I'm going to support the resolution, but obviously the Laker is a private entity and they have full editorial control. I would have preferred that you would have spoken to Linda in advance, to see if you could have accomplished that without the resolution. But I don't like telling, especially a private paper, what to do, but again, this is an urging, so
Right.
a request. So I'll support it, but again, please meet with Linda as soon as possible.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
the issue is since it's coming from the town, then that's what we figured as a resolution would be, necessitate something like this.
Perfect. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to items 13A and 14D. I don't know which one of you wants to take, Councilman Dieguez or Councilman Fernandez.
I will break the ice. So first and foremost, I wanna put on the record that since I had the privilege of joining this council, Town Manager Peterman has been nothing but all of those things that we heard here today, right? Every single last one of them, at a minimum where I'm concerned, right? And so, I don't disagree with a single thing that's been said here today. The reason that I originally brought this item was kind of to spare us of this situation, right? So Town Manager Peterman's contract essentially expires in February, and part of my rationale was if we extended this discussion beyond the November elections, one, we would give the opportunity to newly elected officials to take part in the decision of the town manager that they wanted to serve with for the remainder of their term, right? We're talking about a 4-year extension, so it would essentially be the remainder of their term, and not us. Some of which are not running for re-election, some of which, may or may not win re-election, make the decision for them, right? And so that was my main driving force. My second driving force was, as everybody knows, one of the things that I'm very passionate about is Miami Lakes Optimist Park and making sure that happens. And so the other reason is I didn't want anything to detract or to distract both Mr. Peterman and us as a council from that objective and that priority during this very, very crucial time, right? That was my second rationale for wanting to have the discussion after November. And so for those of you to understand, right, so having the discussion after November and his contract being up in February, should the unexpected decision from that future council exist to go in a different direction, it wouldn't allow enough time to fulfill the duties that we have under our charter, which is to convene a town manager selection committee and have an entire process before Mr. Peterman's contract expired. And so essentially we would be left with no manager, right? And so I wanted to protect the town and put the town in the best position forward to make sure that we were covered until the date that we mutually came up with, which was July of next year. So that was the original intent of my motion, not necessarily making a decision on Mr. Peterman's contract now, but having that discussion in November. And I think to some extent it would serve in Mr. Peterman's favor as we would get to add his performance on the MLOP bond and that information campaign, as well as the initial, hopefully the initial stages of moving that project forward, to his resume and to his accomplishments so far when having that contract negotiation. So in my opinion, it would only help to better his chances and his odds and his leverage, if you will. So that was my initial motion. Now, Councilman Dieguez brought forward I'm not going to call it a conflicting item, but an item within the same realm to move forward with just giving direction to, I believe he said Vice Mayor Rodriguez, to work with Mr. Peterman on the terms of a 4-year contract. And so, while I'm not adverse to that in principle, I'm still of the I'm still of the mindset that process or that motion or that idea should happen after November. And so I'd like to put a motion on the table to adopt Resolution 13A as presented.
I'll second that for discussion, just to put my thoughts on the record. Anyone want to discuss this before?
Yeah, I guess,
ahead.
Again, worst case, I mean, we don't have to destroy, defeat one per se, and then,
No, we can take
always
them up
amend.
separately, that's fine.
Oh, no, but we can also just make amendments if we want,
Agreed.
right? So I'll get into it as well from my perspective, why I feel that my motion is the one that we should adopt tonight. Like you said, they're not so much conflicting, so much as they are just working on different time frames.
Mhm.
And my whole thought process as to why it is better for us to do so now is the reality is that we're the ones that have the knowledge and experience of what it's like to work with this particular manager, what it is, therefore, that we want to expect in a manager. Someone who is getting onboarded is not going to be able to have that same level of knowledge, regardless of how involved they were in the boards before they got elected. I was involved in neighborhood improvement for a long time. I chaired neighborhood improvement. That's where you and I met. I was part of elderly affairs. Councilman Collazo was chair of elderly affairs for almost like 10 years, if not longer. And despite that level of involvement, there are things that you learn once you're onboarded about whether it's the budgetary process and everything else that it just a new council member needs more time to get acquainted with, I feel. In the last instance where the class of 2018 had an opportunity to select a new manager, we already knew that there wasn't a question of whether we were going to retain Mr. Ray. We already knew he was leaving. So I just think, and again, initially I was more amenable just to putting it off and whatnot, but two things got me thinking the other way. Councilman Alvarez's comment that tracks what I just said, that ultimately we're the ones that are going to have that knowledge about the question of whether it's better to retain or not. And then also the other factor is that I've been getting a bunch of calls or being approached when I go to League of Cities events saying what the hell is going on in your town, in essence, right? The discord that's going on in this day is now permeating the political world outside of Miami Lakes' boundaries, and it's making us look bad. Not to mention that, so even if we did want to go in a different direction, I think it's going to, limit the pool, at least if we're looking for anyone that's local, right? Because, again, we're starting to develop a reputation that is adverse to our interest. And in addition, I also think for staff, it's important just for us to go ahead and settle this issue now rather than let it linger further. I think we all heard the testimony tonight from the various people, most of, if not all of whom lived in Miami Lakes. But and we all know that the manager's character is without question. He is a man of high moral standing and someone who has been respectful and also been responsive. But on the question of whether or not we're heading in the right direction, even if we wanted to look beyond just the comments made here, I'll bring out a perfect conversation I had with another resident at Corner 67 who doesn't know the manager that well, but had heard about some of the drama that was going on. And I asked him, he was asking me what's going on with that, and I kind of gave a general overview of what's been going on and the back and forth. And then, on the question of retaining him, I said, look, for me, it's about are things moving in the right direction? And so I asked him, do you feel that since the manager has taken office, that we are worse off, about the same, or better off? And his answer was immediate, and it was that we're headed in a better direction, right? That things are better since he got here. I think that's high praise. And again, that's someone that hasn't known the manager since second grade, and no offense or anything like that. This is just another ordinary resident who's very involved, but also just, was wondering what was going on with that. And when I asked him that question, he said, we're heading the right direction. Again, I understand, about not saddling future councils with someone they don't want to work with. But at the same time, we're also just in a better position, having worked with this particular individual, to make a judgment or pass judgment on how he's been. Because again, even when you're out there in the committees, there's just a level of contact and professional relationship building that you have with the manager from this side of the dais rather than that side. So I think we're in the better position to make that call. And so, respectfully, for that reason, I'm going to be making an amendment, a strike all, to adopt what my original motion was, which was to have the town attorneys, as well as our other town legal department, Chef Rodriguez, our vice mayor, to go ahead and begin the process of entering to negotiations for an extended 4-year term. And again, the new councils will still, more than likely, by the time we wrap this up, have an opportunity to vote on the final contract, or maybe that's something we want to leave it in there. But as far as, again, to start that process and get the negotiations moving, I think we should proceed now. So with that, that is my motion to amend the main item.
I'll second the amendment.
Okay, Councilman, do you want to speak before I do? All right, so initially, I was of the opinion, similar to Councilman Fernandez. When we took office in 2018, the 3 outgoing council members afforded us the opportunity to select the manager. But Councilman Dieguez just said something that I think is very true. At that point, we knew we were losing our manager. It wasn't a question of whether we should retain Alex Ray. It was a question of we need to find a new person to work with. So to that point, I think it's different in the sense that initially I believe we should let the new council members make the decision of who they want to work with. But in this case, it's a little different than what we were faced with and what the outgoing council members that were here before us, what their decision was. They were looking to us to pick someone that was going to take over for the future, not someone who's going to stay on in the position that we have currently been working with them. Those council members had never worked with whoever we were going to pick, whether it be Peterman or any of the other candidates. So yeah, I'll be supporting your item.
I'm going to be supporting the item that I just seconded, but I'm going to speak to the issue that Councilman Dieguez brought forward. And it's the fact that we've had to respond to conflict, right? When we've heard praises and praises and praises of how well this council has conducted itself, right? And to quote one of the public speakers, water off a duck's back. And that's how we have to comport ourselves here, right? Conflict is a part of making policy, right? How we resolve that conflict really shows our true character as leaders. And I think that's something that we need to take to heart while we sit up here, right? Because I can tell you I've had discord with probably everybody here, right? But how do we comport ourselves moving forward? We're not always going to read. The reason that everyone out there elected us was so we wouldn't be a rubber stamp for one another, right? Because through this conflict process comes resolution, and through the resolution we grow. And I think that's a testament to what I've heard here in this room, is how great this town is growing, how responsive it is to its residents, and how we want to continue moving in that direction. So, I fully support the manager, not because there's any vested interest. It's because when I walk through that door, it's business. And he has conducted himself as a true professional in every aspect of what we have asked for him to do as a body. We might not always agree, but I think that's what shows the professionalism, how we move ourselves moving forward. So I have no issues, again, to the point that you brought forward, Councilman. I think, we were all in agreement with what you were bringing forward. I think in the spirit, we were all validating what we were doing at that time. But I think now we must act, and I think no one is better poised to act and make that decision than the body that's been here and that's had the tenure that they've had under the manager. So I have no issue supporting that decision. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ruano, Mayor, is there anything you wanted to add on this item?
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. First and foremost, in every relationship, whether it's the relationship that we have with the manager or a personal relationship, there are always growing pains. And I think that the community knows full well that the manager and I had some growing pains. That being said, I think that it shows, it's a testament to his character that the manager is someone that is adaptable. And to me, that's very important. And so in this relationship that we've had for the last several years, we have learned to work with one another. And so to me, it's very important that we understand that, and that as far as I'm concerned, when we chose a new manager, and I had the privilege of working under Manager Ray, who was a wonderful manager, just a different style than Manager Peterman. When we chose him, we didn't know. We didn't know whether he was going to be great or whether he wasn't. We had growing pains. And the community has come out, full force to support this manager. The manager is very accessible, very responsive. And so that the proof is in the pudding. He has done an excellent job, and the community has come out to support him. To me, ultimately, a good working relationship means that you can have your disagreements and then you can move past them. And the manager has done very, very well in that respect with community members, with council members. We are all going to disagree many, many, many times. But at this point, I think that one of the things that I've learned is that no matter how conflictive things are, these conversations and these animosities that we may or may not have from time to time, because there are items that we discuss that are sometimes controversial, we need to remain professional and we need to keep it in-house. And so Councilmember Dieguez's comments that he put on the record, and I appreciate him for doing that, they do resonate in the community. There has been a lot of talk about the fact that there is animosity within our council and our management, and that is not necessarily the case. That might be the perception that is out there, but that is not necessarily the case. We work on a monthly basis. Manager Peterman works with all of us. He's accessible to all of us. Staff is accessible to all of us, and we have a wonderful working relationship. So I believe that it was a mistake back when we voted for the new town manager, when we were privileged, and I was one of those individuals that was privileged. In my case, there wouldn't have been a choice, but when the new council was privileged to vote for a town manager, I think that to some extent that was a mistake, because when you come in as a new council member, and I put this on the record before, you really don't know what the relationship is going to be like. You don't know what the working process is. And so you're not equipped to make that decision. I think that we are the best equipped right now. The fact that we've worked with Manager Peterman, he came on board with a lot of us. So we were all kind of new to this game, and we've found a way to have a good working relationship. And he will have a good working relationship with those council members that join us in November. So I think that although I supported Councilmember Fernandez's proposal when it was presented, because it sounded like it was the right way to go, I think that at this point, if we're all in agreement that we would like to pursue a further relationship with Manager Peterman, there's no time like the present. So I will support the amendment at this time.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As many of you know, I was probably Ed Peterman's biggest supporter. When his character will get assassinated by even members of the dais and people in the community, I went out, did votes of confidence, put him in my car, take him out on night patrols, do COVID calls all over the town with him, put him on a platform. The challenge that I have is that he's never matured to being a great manager. It's never matured, and what gives me major pause is I heard from council members there's divides, there's drama. Every single one of you have to look at is a text message that the manager sent out several days ago, which shocked me and shocked dozens of members of our community who did not show up today. And shocked people in the League of Cities, shocked people. That is not how a great professional manager acts. Every single one of you on that dais, this is an $80 million organization. Every single one of you on that dais should read that text message, should ask for a point of privilege and take some time and read it. Because if this were the private sector and we're the board members of an $80 million organization, we probably wouldn't even have this conversation after that text message went out, because it just doesn't happen. The other thing is the main issue why I can't vote for this. The main issue is our charter bars me from voting for this. And I'll walk you guys through it. Our town charter is very clear. The mayor is the head of intergovernmental relations. My first 2 years as mayor, we weren't even jogging, we were running. We got major things done like freebie, which everybody loves today. Got freebie done, got that done countywide. Now every city enjoys it. Got the impact fees transferred a process to our town. special taxing districts from our guard gates to our lake maintenance district transferred over, amendments to police contracts, you name it. And talking about the maturity, how the manager hasn't matured to being a great manager, I'm completely blocked from the majority of our intergovernmental relation conversations. I'm gonna give you guys another example. The zip code issue, just one example of many. There's a lobbyist that we pay here in the town. I have asked on multiple occasions for me to be included on every single email. I haven't. I get Congressman Diaz-Balart calling me all the time, asking me, Mayor, what's going on? I can't even answer that. And when I was the head of that lobby, we got it passed out of the House twice. I coordinated with Raul Gustesi to ensure that that we even got a Jason Chaffetz, who everybody loves, he's on Fox News all the time, opened up an investigation with the Postal Service on our behalf. And we were one senator away from getting our own zip code. 59th Avenue is another perfect example. You look at the $3 million we got now, you know how much work I had to do on my own behind the scenes with Senator Avila, moving forward every single day, getting that done. Now we got the money there. That started off with Alex Ray and I came up with an idea, got into our cars, drove to Miami International Airport, met with everybody. The moment Manager Peterman got there, I was blocked from any conversations going forward. Just last week, I've shown goodwill. Last week, I brought the Public Works Director. And I told Joseph, go call Ed, but let's put him in the car and take him with us. While I might not agree with him, he's still the city manager. Let's show him some goodwill. And we took him out. Just today, they had the fire chief at the fire station. They had staff there. And again, another time that I got blocked. The charter is extremely clear on these issues. And at the end of the day, these types of problems only harm our residents. Because if you realize a lot of these issues, look, 59th Avenue, again, I had to go on my own, cost Senator Marco Rubio. The little bit of movement we got with the FAA was because he got involved. So I'll be voting no on this tonight for those two issues. I highly recommend, especially you guys that talk about the private sector, how great it is, you have to read that text message that went out. No professional manager in this county would do that. I've asked people, everybody, and people have read it and they were flabbergasted. And secondly, the charter requires that I vote no on this contract because it's very clear. I am the head, the residents of this town have appointed me the head of intergovernmental relations. I am the person with the most knowledge in that city hall to that regards, and I'm being completely blocked from being able to do my job representing the residents of our community. So you guys know the two main reasons why I'm voting no on this. And again, if drama's talked about, you guys have to read that text message because in the private sector, this would not fly. In the public sector, there was a lot of good people that spoke, but they have no idea about the ongoings of City Hall. I could have asked, you know, Raul Gustesi has his contract up today. Raul Gustesi has 20 times the amount of friends around Miami Lakes. He didn't invite one person to come out here to ask for a 5-year contract extension. He's standing on his own 2 feet. So just wanted to put that on the record. Voting, the charter is very clear, and I am barred from voting for this, so I'll be voting against it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, I just wanted to make a note. I'm going to repay the favor in negotiations very shortly, hopefully later on this meeting. So, all right, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes.
Okay, moving on.
Vice Mayor, can I have
Yes.
30 seconds of personal privilege?
Yes, sir.
The things, especially those items that were discussed this evening by members of the public, things that were spoken up here on the dais about the quality of the town's administration, the delivery of service, right, customer service. I'm only the head, right? This whole group of people here, they're the ones that actually make us all look good. Me, this council, they're the ones who, they're out there where the rubber meets the road. They take the most reps day in and day out with residents. I set the standards. I set the goals and what I think are the priorities for our staff, and they carry it out. And there's no better staff on the face of the earth, and they're the ones who deliver service day in and day out to our residents.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. We have no special presentations. We took care of that already earlier today. Moving on to consent calendar, we have a pulled item by the mayor, item 10E.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to put my no vote on the record on this item. I prefer a different approach when it comes to these contracts. I actually prefer us contracting with at least 3 to 4 vendors. There should be a little bit more competition in terms of product, work quality in our town, and I'm just not a fan of having just 2 vendors for the entire town when it comes to these types of issues. So I'm just a no vote on this.
To that point, Mr. Manager, I just wanted to question if you could just put on the record how this process goes about selecting these 2, and if we could have more vendors possibly.
Sure.
Bid.
Let me have Jeremy and Natalie come up and speak about this RFP process and how it kind of dovetailed with previous work of some of the other vendors that may have been involved in the RFP process. Walk us through, Jeremy and Natalie, just so everybody understands the people who applied, the people who participated in the program, who was deemed to be somebody that was considered, who was deemed not to be considered, and so forth.
Okay, so yeah, we went with an ITB process. So basically, we have a set list of minimum qualifications that the bidders have to meet. We went with an ITB process because the scope is pretty clear. There were 3 bidders: Juniper, right? Yes. Juniper, SFM, and Superior. So because of
I'll jump in on this part. So we had a total, Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. So we had a total of 3 bidders. All 3 were considered for the portions of the award. And actually, of the 3, all 3 were going to be issued contracts based on where they lie within their rankings amongst each group. 1 bidder actually was found not responsive during that process. So we would have had up to 3 vendors, having that 3rd vendor be responsive and actually was a secondary at one point. So at this point, all bidders were considered. They met all the requirements. Upon time for award and ranking, 1 bidder fell not responsive due to previous issues and ongoing issues.
Okay, so it's not, we didn't have 3 because one of them was unresponsive. If not, we would have had 3 vendors?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Any further questions on the item? Seeing none, we have a motion on the item.
I'll second the item.
Well, I don't think there
No,
was
we
a
don't have a motion. We need a motion first.
So
I
I guess
thought you
that
were
counts as a
motioning. No, I'll motion the item.
There's-
Motion and
I'll
a second.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to consent calendar.
Wait,
Any
wait, wait,
motions on
Mr. Vice
consent?
Mayor, I think the mayor wanted to vote no on it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. For the record, you're
I'm
a
a
no
no
vote.
vote.
You're a no vote on 10E. Madam Clerk.
I'll move consent.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second on consent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item 11A, Mr. Angel.
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
An ordinance by the Town Council amending the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinances to repeal Chapter 4, Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 6, Development within Flood Hazard Districts of the Miami Lakes Code of Ordinances, to adopt a new Article 6, Development within Flood Hazard Areas, to adopt flood hazard maps, to designate a floodplain administrator, to adopt procedures and criteria for development in flood hazard areas and for other purposes, providing for applicability, repealer, severability, and an effective date.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council. So essentially what you have here is we're repealing and replacing our existing floodplain ordinance. Because a couple years ago, the town actually got a letter from Florida Department of Emergency Management that we were out of compliance with the NFIP program, which is essential to get our 20% discount. So they've been working across the state. We were actually this close of being the 2% not complying with NFIP, which would have put us in jeopardy with getting this Class 6 rating and this flood savings. So essentially what you have there, it's nothing more stringent. What there was, a lot of duplicity with the Florida Building Code and the state requirements and FDEM. So they basically consolidated into one. It's tailored towards our previous adoptions, and that's what you have in front of you for first reading.
So this is going to help residents save
Absolutely,
money.
yeah, and we're pushing for that Class 5 to get that 25%. So this is part of that process.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your help. I'll move it.
Second.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilman? Aye. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Moving on, item 14A. Mr. Attorney? I'm sorry, 12A. 12A. Sorry about that.
No worries. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending ordinance number 21-285, amending the town's fiscal year 2021-2022 budget as amended by ordinance 22-292 and amended by ordinance 22-297, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager?
Yeah, this is the second reading of the budget amendment that you saw last month. And what this is playground equipment that needed to be replaced at 2 pocket parks. We didn't have enough money in the capital line for the purchase of both sets of play equipment. This was a transfer of $15,000 from the general operating line to the capital line to complete the purchase of the second playground equipment set.
I'll move it.
Okay, before we take a motion, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on item 12A, please come up. Anyone wishing to speak on item 12A? Anyone online wishing to speak on item 12A? Seeing none, public comments on 12A is closed.
I'll
We have
move
a
it.
Motion, I'll second it.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
A motion, a second, any discussion on 12A? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Vice Mayor, just
Yes,
because
ma'am.
this is a ordinance, I'm going to take a roll call.
got it.
So Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid. The ordinance in second reading passes.
Okay, moving on to item 12B, Mr. Attorney.
This is also a public hearing.
Okay, so we'll open up to public comments on 12B. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in public comment for or against item 12B, please come up. Anyone online on 12B? Seeing none,
All right.
public comments on 12B is closed.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, the Land Development Code, Article 9, titled Signs, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Cobiella?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, Council. This is a revision that we undertook with the Planning and Zoning Board. Susanna was very instrumental in coming up with this new ordinance and rewriting it, and so was the Planning and Zoning Board. The first rewrite just made simple little fixes to comply with the Reed versus Gilbert case. This one does a lot better job of cleaning up the actual sign ordinances. And when I say these sign ordinances, this is specifically towards temporary signs, temporary also construction signs, and real estate signs. There are other parts of the sign ordinances that will be probably looked at, and these are those type of signs that you may see on the highway, other signs that are part of the sign ordinance. Also, electronic and digital signs is something that hasn't been looked at, but will be also taking a deeper dive by the Planning and Zoning Board. And if you have any questions for Susanna or I.
Yes, I just wanted to see if you can state something for the record. Political signs, the size for or against a specific candidate or item, what does this ordinance do with respect to that? Sorry, go ahead. Can you just provide the residents with that information?
We didn't change the overall size, we just changed the way it's spelled. It used to be 28 by 22 inches. Now we're doing it 4 square feet so that the shape doesn't matter and is not included in the equation. 4 square feet is the same thing that it used to be.
Okay.
And you get 1 per candidate in each individual property.
Also, just so everyone knows, both a flag of UM and a flag or a flag of FIU will be acceptable.
Thank you.
That
was
is
the reason I voted
acceptable?
no the first time.
Yes.
That was-
That's
Will
acceptable.
be allowed, will be allowed.
College flags are
Allowed.
acceptable.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I was thinking.
Even
I was
Florida?
thinking encouraged, but.
Well, yes.
Sorry, Gator fans.
Vice Mayor?
Yes,
If I
sir.
may, one quick comment, and you're going to probably understand and know this comment better than most because you served on that board. This outcome, the final product of this ordinance is the work of, and it's the way the system's supposed to work, right? There's supposed to be ideas, it's supposed to be properly vetted and properly exercised. The Planning and Zoning Board really went to work. It's kind of like a quiet board that nobody in the town really knows about. It doesn't really understand. It doesn't even know that they exist, doesn't know the players there. But they do an incredible job at taking their role seriously. They took this, the vetting of this ordinance seriously. They really went to work on it, and they helped our staff provide a really quality product at the end.
I agree. I served on that board.
1 line at a time.
I served on that board with many of the people who are on that board still, and I have to tell you, those are some of the greatest Miami Lakers we have because they do it selflessly for the love of the town. Honestly, it's a fantastic board, and I'm very proud of them for everything they do. All right. Madam Clerk. Oh, we have a motion and a second? We did, right?
I'll move it.
Second. Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Goyaso.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid. The ordinance in second reading passes.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, I'd like
Yes, sir.
to make a motion to reopen the order of agenda just for the purpose of placing item 13D in front of resolutions. I know that there's somebody in the audience. Hate to have them sit through all the items.
Yes, absolutely. I'll second that. All those in favor of reopening the order of business?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so what was the motion?
Motion is to move 13D to the first resolution heard.
Okay, 13D will be brought up next. I will second that move. All those in favor of making the move? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
A resolution.
Anything else?
Oh.
What? Anything else on order, addition, deletions?
Yeah.
We have it open already? Going once, twice? All right. Order of business closed. Item 13D.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving interlocal agreements with the Florida Green Finance Authority, the Florida Resiliency and Energy District, and the Florida PACE Funding Agency, authorizing the town manager to take all necessary steps to implement the terms and conditions of the membership agreements, authorizing the town manager to expend budgeted funds, authorizing the town manager to execute membership agreements, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Corbiella?
So this is an item
No.
that Suzanne and I have been working on. Originally, right now, we belong to the Green Corridor. The Green Corridor provides one particular product, which is Y-Green. A lot of our residents have asked for different options. So Susanna put together, kind of reached out to different organizations, because the way that this generally works is that we will become part of a group of different municipalities that participate in a particular type of a group, and this particular group then goes and gets the financing. And so Susanna's reached out to 3 others.
Actually, at this point, we would be offering our residents every other organization and every other financing institution that is available to everybody else countywide. So right now, with this resolution, we would be on par with unincorporated areas of the county with the same available financing options for PACE financing.
We can also, as from time to time, revisit this. There are other cities in Miami-Dade County that have other financing groups available and other ones available in the state. So we can really get into any of these different pools. But these are the three that, as Ms. Alonso said, are available for unincorporated areas of Miami-Dade County. And we've provided the information on these companies in your packet, in your memorandum.
Got it. Okay. Any motions on the table?
I'll move the item.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item? 13D? No? Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruano. She can vote.
Clerk.
No,
Or-
no, we don't have quorum here. You just lost quorum, so you have to wait.
Officer Amador, can you please grab Councilman Dieguez? Wait until he finishes. We will take what will be hopefully a 2-minute recess until Councilman Dieguez comes back. Okay, now that we have quorum again, we are back on item 13D. Any further discussion on item 13D? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item 13D passes. Thank you very much. Item 13B. Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, establishing an auditor selection committee pursuant to Section 218.391 Florida statutes, providing for committee membership, providing for the election of a member of the Town Council to chair the auditor selection committee, providing for the duties of the auditor selection committee, authorizing the town manager to negotiate with the auditor, and providing for an effective date.
This committee, the audit firm, their term is expiring in September. We need to select a new auditing firm. So we have a audit selection committee that would be the one that would evaluate the firms that submit their proposals. We have names in the ordinance, specific names. We have Andre Teixeira, who's the CFO of the Grams, Ismael Diaz, who's the finance director now for the city of Margate, Ruth Ruby, who is the director of finance for the city of Hialeah. Kay Grant would sit on that committee as an SME, non-voting member. And you also need to select, by state statute, you have to have a member of this council also serve on that audit committee. So you need to nominate somebody. I would recommend that you do two.
I already know. I'm gonna make a motion to nominate Councilwoman Ruano,
I'll second that.
whether she wants it or not.
Lorenzo, should they have one vote on that? and then
Councilwoman, is that
adopt
okay
the-
with you?
It would be my honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Now, another thing that I'd like to,
Let's take a vote on just
Yes.
having her as the appointee. All those in favor of appointing the councilwoman?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
the other thing, before you adopt the entire resolution, is the one thing that I noticed today in reading it over for a final time was that there's no provision in the event that somebody here at the last minute is unable to serve. So I wanted to see if somebody can enter an amendment that, so long as it complies with state statute, authorizes the town manager to make a replacement designation in case somebody on here is unable to serve or steps down.
Well,
No,
I
I'd prefer just to have to bring it back to us, right? I think that would be better.
We
And
can.
if we have to do a special call, we're all,
Yeah, what the statute says is that the governing board has to select the audit.
yeah,
subcommittee.
let's
That's
keep
what
it
the
that way.
statute says.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully all four of these people, all five can serve. I think they're fantastic selections, so hopefully it doesn't come to that. But we have a motion, we approve the amendment. We have a motion and a second.
I'll move it.
Second? I'll second. Okay, approving the item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item 13C.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving the award of a contract for health insurance provider services to Cigna Health and Life Insurance Company, authorizing the town manager to take all necessary steps to implement the terms and conditions of the contract, authorizing the town manager to expend budgeted funds, authorizing the town manager to execute the contract, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, we had a renewal from our existing healthcare provider. The renewal from this current year to the next year called for a very modest increase of 3.47%, which in normal years, it's a great renewal rate. Our broker didn't rest on her laurels. She's continued to go out to the market, tested the market. There was some interest from our previous healthcare provider in coming back and getting our account back. They gave us an incredibly aggressive proposal. It actually drops our premiums by 11.25%. It's a savings of over $122,000. So in this market where people are getting increases in healthcare, between our HR manager and our broker, they were able to get a deal for us with a provider that we had before, everybody's used to. Everybody's doctor should be part of the network, and it's actually a reduction of over $122,000 in healthcare for this next coming fiscal year.
Okay, I'll move it.
Second.
I just wanted to say, I believe this is the second year in a row or third year in a row that staff has seen obtained reductions in healthcare.
Well, when we went from our previous one to the current one, the previous one had a really high increase, and I think we cut that the proposed increase in half by going to the current one. So now they saved us a lot of money in that fiscal year. I think we've had them now this is the end of our second year. So now we're going back to the one that we had 2 or 3 years ago, and they've given us an incredibly aggressive, and they're obviously a great company with a vast network of doctors and facilities. So this is a great thing that our Cynthia Alejo, our HR manager, working with our broker, Anna, they've done an incredible job in saving our residents and our town staff, because our individual premiums are inching down too.
Well, thank you, Cynthia. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? See none. Motion passes. Moving on to item 14A, Passport Office, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This item is fairly straightforward. I'd like to direct the administration to start figuring out what it would take to open up a passport office in the town, including whether or not there are any federal funds that would be made available if we offer to host a site for that. Again, this is all in the exploratory phase, but I don't know if anyone has tried to get their passport renewed or anything recently, and it's quite a wait time. So I thought this would be a great way for us to expand service in Miami-Dade County, especially for our residents, bring some of the sites closer to home. I know some of the other ones are in Sweetwater and Coral Gables, so having something up here I think would be immensely beneficial for our area. So again, this is all exploratory, trying to get more information before committing to actually opening up an office, but that is the motion.
Second.
I'll second it. The closest one that I know of, I just did my passport. I'm very lucky to have a fantastic mailman who put me in contact to the mail office behind the Dunkin' Donuts on 57th. That's where that's the closest one. But if we could have something here during my briefing, I was talking to the manager, that some town halls offer that service, that would be something that I think would be very interesting. So yes, I'm all in favor of this. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? See none. The motion passes. On to item 14B. Mr. Attorney.
Nothing to read.
Town Council, yes, the
He asked him to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
mayor
thought we
has
were
asked
talking
me
to
just to present these new business items. I did have the opportunity to speak with him yesterday during our briefing, and he's basically the metaverse, he believes, given this new technology of where you can wear these goggles that are called Oculuses, you're able to participate 3D and have a virtual type reality meeting. It's something that seems very futuristic, and you see it probably on many television shows, but something that I learned from Dr. Lopez is that this is something that is being done in Seoul, Korea. In Seoul, Korea, the mayor and the council actually meet with their constituents in the metaverse. A lot of companies are using this type of technology, and something I learned from speaking with the mayor is that there's a lot of public health component. A lot of psychologists are meeting with their patients in the metaverse. Instead of having the person come to the office, they can meet from the comfort of their own home. So he believes, he wants us to start looking into, or at least direct staff to look into, see if that technology is feasible, so that eventually you can all be in the metaverse.
Okay, I'll move it.
I'll second.
Any discussion on the item?
Comments?
Councilwoman, I see you
If I
turned on
may.
your camera.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The mayor, I don't know if he's online with us, but this is where he would call me antiquated and not ready for this technology. I have zero interest in the metaverse. I don't like this new world where we are losing interaction with human beings. I like to be in the same room with my constituents. I like to see people. I like to enjoy their presence. And I think that we are going in the wrong direction by putting everything in a virtual platform where, you know, our children are learning to communicate via machines and not in person. So as for me, I don't have an appetite for the metaverse right now. Perhaps in the future I might, but I quite like Town Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the item?
Yeah, I do have some comments. I actually see the potential. I just don't want to be the tip of the spear. Looking into the technology, it's very, very expensive. Speaking to our IT department and what it would actually take to host virtual town halls, the investment in IT, not just in the infrastructure, but the personnel, is quite costly. If you're going to come down to $200,000 in sidewalks or $200,000 to host a virtual town hall, the answer is very, very clear to me. So to me, it's less. Well, we have an IT expert here. I mean, you can probably gauge the cost better than what some of the individuals have. But just to give you for instance, the city of Miami Gardens had a quick snippet. Rodney Harris, the mayor, was really using it as a promotional tool to kind of show everybody, like, we have indie, we have world-class events, tennis. And it was a marketing piece, a very nice, well-done marketing piece, but it really comes down to knowing your audience. I just don't know how much of an investment we're going to make into the metaverse if we're not going to have the penetration of a bunch of people coming to do a virtual town hall. So, again, not necessarily that I'm opposed to the idea, but I would like to see the technology come down in price to make sure it's something that we would be able to leverage.
Thank you, Councilman. So, yeah, I mean, I think the cost of this could, vary wildly based on the scope. This sounds like, other than Seoul, Korea, it doesn't sound like anybody in the States is doing this. So this sounds like something novel enough. Maybe we should pursue some grant funding for, and that might be an avenue to fund it. I'm the techie one, but I also like trees and sidewalks and stuff too. So if I gotta choose between sidewalks in the real world and the metaverse, I'm choosing the ones made out of concrete, right? But I think it's something worth exploring nonetheless, and I think it's novel enough of an idea that it might make its way to the top of the pile in a competitive grant situation.
Councilman? Okay, I think we should at least look into it. I agree with you. We still get to decide if it's too expensive. It comes back to numbers that the councilman mentioned. Obviously, it's not something we're going to look into or we're not going to accept, but I don't think it hurts to at least take a look at it. We were the tip of the spear on a lot of things recently, especially when it comes to public comments and virtual meetings and things like that. So I think it's not a bad thing to give our residents options, but obviously within reason. So I'll still be approving or voting in favor of the item. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
No.
We have two.
No.
No.
That's three. Mr. Mayor, are you online? All right, motion.
Hey, sorry, guys, I didn't get a chance to chime in real
Sorry.
quick. I don't real fast. I don't blame my colleagues for their perspective at all. I'll give you an example. I've been on this dais when we first were talking about Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. Everybody was against. I mean, the same exact comments you heard today were the comments we heard then. I was on here when we were talking about doing remote public comments. The same comments that I heard now are the same ones I heard then. The reality is, by 2026, 25% of the world is going to be utilizing the metaverse at least an hour a day. This is not expensive at all. I don't know where our IT department got the numbers from. I teach a crypto class, and we just built a church in the metaverse, and it took 2 seniors and 1 junior 2 days to build it and connect it, and it cost us nothing. They literally just built it on their own, went into a rec room, built the whole thing, and set it up. So this was an opportunity for you all to work with. I could do this on my own if you guys want me to. I could do virtual mayoral office hours in the metaverse on my own and just do it through my office. That's fine. But I thought it was an opportunity for you guys to get involved in a future technology that people are already utilizing today. If you guys don't want to do it, that's fine. But I'm going to do it on my own anyways. My office is going to do it. I'm going to have virtual mayoral metaverse hours. It's not a big deal. I'm going to build it out myself. But I wanted you guys to participate the same way that we were the first in the nation on the other ones, the same way we were the first to start using Facebook Live when nobody else used it and people talk about it. I wanted you guys to be part of it. I could have done it on my own. I already talked to Joseph about it. I'll do it on my own if you guys want me to. But doesn't cost us anything. I mean, literally to build it out, to work on it, it's an Oculus costs $300 and that's all you need. So it's up to you guys, but I'm fine either way. I'll do it on my own and I'll present it on my own. So it's going to happen either way.
Madam Clerk, do you want to maybe take a roll call on this one?
Councilmember
Actually,
Collazo.
hold on before you do that. Who made the motion? Who made the original?
I made the original motion.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
So
And you
can,
seconded.
and I seconded. Can I offer up an amendment to pursue this so long as it doesn't involve spending general fund revenue?
Yes, I will approve. I will second that amendment.
It's his birthday, so.
So yes.
With that condition, although I'll be honest with you, and I guess I reserved comment before, but I'll just explain my general reticence with this technology, right? Some other smarter people than I that would know about this stuff, which certainly would include my colleague, to my right, but others such as Elon Musk that are known as chief innovators and Mark Cuban, they're all very down on this technology. I mean, I understand that the estimates that people are talking about usage moving forward. But these are people again that are in a better position to know. They're down on it. The news articles I'm reading about, what Meta is trying to do with their own metaverse, whatever it's called, I forget what it is. So far, it does not seem very promising. So it just might be that we are way ahead here before this even happens. But look, if the condition will be that there will be no money expended in getting this research, you know what? Great. And also again, that is a tradition that generally there's at least one freebie. So I'm going to honor that tradition.
Got it. So Madam Clerk, we'll take a roll call on this one, please.
Councilmember
The motion as amended.
Yes, motion is amended. Councilmember Collazo.
I'll vote yes with the condition that there's no money expended.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes as amended.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 14C, which is my item. It's pretty self-explanatory. I had some discussions with the attorney. There is already an ordinance in Miami-Dade County that addresses this issue. So what we're going to do is work with staff and the Planning and Zoning Board to work on some implementation and enforcement of that ordinance. I've been approached by many residents about the shopping cart situation throughout Royal Oaks.
And the
So-
town attorney.
And the town attorney as well, yes, about the shopping carts around and outside of the shopping centers. So we just want to make sure we want to clean that up and make sure we enforce it. So I'm still going to make the motion for the town attorney to work on this, and hopefully we get support.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Well, I do have
wait.
some discussion with regards to, is it still a deterrent system, or you're just going to work within the confines of the county ordinance?
The recommendation from the attorney is to work within the confines of the ordinance that's existing. It may or may not require the installation. I think he said it was dependent on the size.
Yeah.
Right.
So the county has an ordinance in place. There's also a state statute with regards to taking shopping carts, and it's considered a theft, and it can be considered a felony. So the county allows for the posting of signs. It also has an ordinance where there's a civil fine associated with it. So I think if there is a particular area or a particular person or organization that's violating this, and that's what it seems to be. It doesn't seem to be spread throughout the town, but it seems to be a couple of bad actors, is for us perhaps to remind them of what the state statute is and what the law is, and that we'll as a city wish to enforce it. Perhaps what we can come back with is, if that's the case, is some kind of resolution asking Miami-Dade County to partner with us to take care of the situation.
Yeah, and it came up during our briefing. My thing is to be a little bit more surgical, in the sense that I don't want to penalize small mom and pops, right? Maybe they have a inventory of 10 shopping carts. It's a small shop, We're going to require them to geofence a whole parking lot.
Yeah.
That's going to be a big cost to a smaller provider. The other thing is, this is exactly what we've wanted, right? We want people not driving, walking to places, going to pick up their groceries, taking them back home, right? So it's part of the problem that we kind of want to happen, which is getting more cars off the street. But how do they comfortably take their groceries home in a car-centric place? Well, that's right. That's something else. So I think one of the things that I look forward at is, well, are there any improvements, right? Are there any cart share service, or hey, can somebody come pick this cart? We're going to check out this shopping cart. Can you guys come? I don't know what innovations are happening, but as people are trying to get more, lose their car, walk, bike to places, is there some type of system that can be created to not have the eyesore, which is the car abandoned on the side of the street? So I appreciate that modification that you've done to make, rather than going and saying, look, we're going to penalize everybody. You have to have a geofence, make sure your cars. Let's be a little bit more surgical about it, and I think that's a smart move.
So I actually wanted to talk about two things. One, I think freebie is actually a great alternative for someone who doesn't want to take their car to the store. The other thing is, I also want to be very clear. It may not even be the business that's doing these things. Well, actually, I'm almost 100% positive that it's not the business that's doing this. Mm-hmm. It's patrons of that business. So we need to figure out a way, like you mentioned, to encourage those businesses to attempt to enforce, whether it be the landlord or the actual tenant who does the enforcement. That's to be seen. But I want you guys to work on something and bring something back to the council to address this issue.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? All's in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item 14E, Mr. Attorney.
So, Vice Mayor, Council, on this item, what the mayor is looking for is to place certain speed bumps on the areas indicated in the on page 494, around Northwest 153rd Terrace and 152nd Terrace, between 87th Avenue and 89th Avenue. And the item is for the staff to take a look at those areas and place speed bumps. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna move to approve this item because I wanted to discuss something that's germane to the issue.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay. I can't even remember how long it was ago. That's how long it was ago that we started talking about a omnibus agreement with the county to address speed bumps and give us the ability to implement these speed bumps throughout town, because we have a list of, I believe it's up to 20 streets now.
24 speed humps that are on the list, plus these two would make it 26. I'm not sure if these two, Carlos, I don't know if you looked at what the item is, or if these two happen to be already on your list from before, but it's either 24 or 26.
24 to 26. We have residents on 24 to 26 streets throughout the town who have asked us to please address this issue and implement speed bumps. And the idea behind my item, way back when, I have a feeling it was over 2 years ago, was to have an agreement with the county that was pre-negotiated, that gives us a little bit more leeway and speeds up the process of the approval of these speed humps. So could you please give me an update on where we're at with that and how much longer we think it's going to take?
I can tell you that this council passed a resolution with an interlocal agreement, signing off on an interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County with regards to traffic calming devices. I know that Director Acosta has, and if you want to speak on this, Director, has been constantly hounding the county, sending emails to their Public Works Department, asking them where they are with this. So has the manager, and we've gotten very little responses back. That interlocal agreement was signed by us and was placed on their desk.
It was prepared by them?
It was prepared. It's their standard interlocal agreement.
Yeah, it's been agreed to with other municipalities.
Right.
There's no changes, nothing special for Miami Lakes in there.
Did they convey it to us?
No, it's
No,
sitting,
we said
it's sitting at the county public works director.
That was the one I asked. Did they send the agreement to us?
They did not. We drafted it based on other interlocal agreements that they have with Doral, Coral Gables, and other municipalities, and we sent it to them.
All right, I think Mr. Acosta had something to add. He's been the one that's...
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I've been in touch with the county staff on this for a long time, and actually about 2 or 3 days ago, this was just about 2 or 3 days ago, they told me that they're still keeping the process that they do in terms of the balloting and all that, but that the county is now allowing the speed humps to be installed with the town council resolution. That resolution will then supersede any process that.
I'd like to make an amendment.
So, yeah.
So that's one.
Did you just say we have the
Yes,
authority to approve it by resolution?
I have that in an email from their staff. This was just like 2 or 3 days ago.
Approve all 20? No, I think my colleague is going to do the same thing. We want all 24 to 26, right? I mean, I had walked residents in the West Lakes area 4 years ago when I campaigned, and they were asking me for speed bumps then. This has been something that has taken way too long, and we installed a couple of them where we thought it was better to ask for forgiveness instead of permission, and we installed them, and nothing's happened, right? But now you're telling us that we have the authority to do these things within our own municipal roads. Obviously, we're not going to do anything on county roads or main thoroughfares. These are interior residential roads that we have the authority to do this.
They will allow us the resolution will supersede or replace the balloting and approval. We still need the interlocal agreement just to say, hey, we're maintaining it, not you.
That's fine.
That's to say we maintain it, but the authority to put a speed hump, now you could do it by resolution.
God, thank you.
Yeah, and
this,
on the
this is a fantastic thing that you've given us on your last day, on your last meeting here.
On the ones that are on this item, by the way, there is a drainage project. So if you're authorized to place speed hump, I will recommend that we do that after the drainage project is completed.
That makes sense. Councilman, I think you were going to make a motion.
Yeah. Before you make the amendment, may I?
Councilwoman, yes, please. Sorry about that.
No, and I'm sorry. I just heard that you were going to make an amendment. I wanted a point of clarification. There is a list of places where speed humps have been requested. How do these speed humps get requested, and what kind of studies do we perform to acknowledge or to approve these requests?
Councilmember Ruano, when a speed hump comes into the Public Works Department or through or by any other means, what we do is the county has a process. You got to do a speed study. We place a radar. We measure volumes and speeds on the street for a week or 2 weeks. and it has to meet the 85 percentile criteria and so forth for speed humps and other criterias. If that is met, then we issued sort of like a ballot. It's a one-page ballot that says, hey, we propose to put a speed hump on this road. Are you okay with it? And then we have to get, I forgot what percentage of it. I have to go back to the manual and say, okay, if a percentage.
So there is a process.
There
in
is a
place.
process, and what they're saying now is that by council resolution, you can not do that process. You
So
pass a
that's-
resolution saying the speed hump at these locations. We still need the interlocal agreement just to say, hey, we're responsible for maintaining and replacement, not the county.
But it's basically on the council to make the determination that we feel that a speed hump is necessary in that area. And we want to pay for it, and we want to maintain it. Correct? Mr. Acosta? Yes, okay.
Thank you very much, Director Acosta. So to that end, and that was the point that I was trying to make, what homework have we done with regards to the speed bumps that have been requested in these particular locations? Is it simply that a resident makes a phone call and says, I would like a speed bump on my block? Or, I mean, do we do any kind of legwork? Or, I mean, we don't perform a traffic study. I know that's very expensive, but.
Yes, I mean, that's the first step is, someone reaching out to us and saying, hey, they're speeding on this road. We would like to request a speed hump. We maintain a spreadsheet with all the locations. We've had issues with our radar in particular. We're in the process of ordering a new one. The one that we have is a couple of years old and stopped working. And then we'll pick up again. But normally what we did, we'll go ahead and set up the radar, check the speeds, and say, hey, yes, there's a speeding problem or not, and then we'll go from there.
Director,
So
I have,
that
Councilwoman,
has been
actually,
done on these particular addresses or locations that we have on file?
Sorry, what was the question again?
Has that process been done for all of these locations that we have on file that are awaiting speed bumps?
No, they haven't. Not all of them.
Okay, so to that point, and thank you so much, Director Acosta. I'm trying to make a point. Not everyone wants speed bumps, and not everyone is in favor of speed bumps. And so what I don't want to see happen is that we just, make a blanket motion and just approve, since now we have the power to do so, approve 25 or 50 speed bumps that will now become part of our infrastructure that we have to maintain and replace from this point forward. I would like for there to be a process, and I understand why the county has a process whereby you request the acknowledgement of the individuals in the area or the people on that block. You request acknowledgement that those individuals are going to be okay with the speed bump. First, that it's necessary, that there's a study that shows that it is necessary. Second, that the neighbors agree to the installation. And third, that we agree to the maintenance and the repairs from this point forward. So that is why I interrupted you, and I know that you wanted to make a motion, or someone wanted to make a motion to that point. And I would caution us on doing that, because we just have addresses and requests. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's any valid information that warrants a speed hump in that particular location.
Councilwoman, those are fantastic points, and I may have a couple ideas to see if we can get around some of those issues. One, I agree with you. I think we take the list, we identify and contact those residents who have requested it, and we make a requirement that a certain number of residents on that street have to sign off and do some sort of waiver or request or requirement, some waiver information that enough residents on that block want to do it. The other thing I was thinking of was potentially having it be where we have a specific length of road that does not have a traffic calming device such as a stop sign. So you may have a lot of times these issues come up in roads where there may be 4 or 5 blocks without a stop sign, right? So that may be another requirement where it can't just be, I live on a cul-de-sac and I want a speed hump on my cul-de-sac because my neighbor has a Corvette. That's not what we're looking for. We want to make sure that we're addressing areas that have lengthy roadway without stop signs, and I think that could be another. So I'm actually going to make that as a motion, well, I guess you never made the motion yet, right? All right, so I'll make the motion to approve the speed humps with a process. The process will be, I guess we have to identify a certain number, at least 10 residents on a specific street sign and request the speed bump. That's one. And two, that the speed bump is in an area, Director Acosta, help me out, how long in linear feet is a reasonable requirement for this?
I believe there are requirements already in place. We tried to do that.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're trying to speed up the process and not have to go through that radar
Right, but-
gun and.
But we can read, no,
So-
but we can read off like the requirements. You have to be a certain amount of feet away from a curb. You have to be a certain amount of feet away from a corner. The speed bump cannot be on someone's driveway. It has to be where there is, swale grass. There needs to be a sign where the speed bump is, which is one of the issues why people don't like speed bumps in front of their house, because you have to put a giant sign that signals that there's a speed bump there. So there are certain requirements that already exist.
Okay, so I'm going to change my amendment. I'm going to make an amendment to direct the attorney to work on something for the October meeting to bring it back to us regarding approval of speed humps and the quick process of getting those items approved and what's going to be required. All right, I'll work with you.
I'll second that item. I just want to have some points to what Councilwoman Morano was saying. I think as you develop that list, creating a halo where the people immediately around the speed bump, I have seen where everybody says, I want a speed bump, I want a speed bump, until you have one directly in front of your house, and you don't want it, right? Because it creates noise, it creates other problems. So I think when we're looking at the issue of the speed humps, making sure that all the people that are going to have, or at least creating a halo of those homes directly around the speed bump is important. So I think that's something that should be considered for the process. And the second thing is the woodwork effect, right? I know that we're going to create a problem. Not a problem. We're going to create demand. Because if we had a list of 24 sitting there that we've never addressed, right, I can easily see this. Hey, did you hear? You can call into town and you can get a speed bump in front of your house. So we're going to have more people coming out. So I wanted to make sure that the process was very clear and articulate on how we deal with this moving forward, because I have a feeling people are going to request speed bumps. So that was it. Rather than make a decision in haste, I'm in complete agreement of why are we preferring 2 speed bumps here when we have a list of 24 that's been there since you started serving, right? So I'm with creating a process, delineating what that process is, and making sure that that process is something that people can apply, and if it meets the conditions, making sure that we're doing it right. So yeah, I'm in favor of the item. I'm in favor of clearing out the waiting list and having a process for it.
Councilman Fernandez, and then Councilman
Vice
Davis.
Mayor, through the chair to Director Acosta, I'm confused. So, if I understand correctly, the previous process, what?
I was going to say, don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
No. I'm not complaining, but
just take it and run.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The previous process. So what our resolution would replace is a process where the residents on the street have to fill out a ballot that says whether or not they want the site. So,
right, but then the process required us to go to Miami-Dade County, have a speed study done for every single street that requested it. And what we're being told is that's no longer necessary if we pass a speed bump by resolution.
Is that what we're to understand, that the resolution gets rid of all of the technical requirements too, or do we still have to comply with all of the technical requirements that we did before?
Councilmember, we still need the interlocal agreement with the county, just to say that we are taking responsibility of the operation and maintenance of that. What the county made clear is you could go and through the ballot process and all that, or you could just pass a resolution.
Can you walk me through the ballot process, like the specifics of the ballot process?
Yeah,
like what distance and how many homes?
Yeah, someone will make a request, we set up the radar, we do the speed study, it meets the speed criteria. On top of that, we send ballots to that street. Let's say it's a block, we'll send ballots there, and with a return, they return it back to the town. We tally I have to go back and check but it's a majority of the homes say yes. Then when we send out the ballot, we send a photograph and the location, so you know that it's in front of your home. And then based on the percentage of that, then a majority are in concurrence, then we go ahead and place a speed hump. What the county has told me now via email is that the town council, by resolution, can replace that process. So you don't. Yes,
the entire process, including
process.
including the radar, not.
We could. I think we should still do that because I think you evaluate the speed and there's some engineering judgment that goes with it, like the Vice Mayor is saying, or some other criteria. Is there a traffic light? Is there a stop sign? And some of those things rather than, but the actual balloting of whether the residents approve it or not, by town council resolution, you can supersede that and just go ahead and straight to the speed hump.
Got it. So it sounds like to me what we need to develop is, some kind of uniform standard, right? Some kind of uniform criteria that we're going to use when these requests come in to make sure that we don't get, but so-and-so got one on their street, but I don't get one on my street. And to make it very, very clear, what that criteria is going forward. And the other request that I'm gonna throw out there is when we make that, whenever that resolution gets presented, add the 3 or 4 that we already did into that resolution, just so that we bring them up to snuff.
Carlos, the resolution is speed bump by speed bump, or one master resolution that gives us the latitude to install one whenever we want?
Well, I think you need to identify, right? You have to identify a specific location.
We have to identify the locations that want the speed hump, that we could bring it to you as an item, and then.
So this will be a recurring process. Every time there's a new request, we'll be coming back with resolutions to install new speed humps.
Right. I would hope we can at least initially do one resolution with 25 locations and knock that out. Otherwise, we're going to be listening to Raul read resolutions the whole night.
What I recommend is, because a lot of the ones that we have now are deteriorating very quickly, and if you install 25 or 50 more, then becomes a maintenance and replacement problem. What I recommend is that we consider placing the ones that are asphalt, sort of like what we did in the K9. I know they're a little bit more expensive, but they last longer rather than having to replace these every 2 years and so, depending on the traffic load.
That's a
Perhaps
great
the
point.
resolution can determine a certain amount of number of speed bumps that we can install per year. Give it a maximum number that we can approve per year, so that it doesn't turn into hundreds of speed bumps.
That's also something we can consider in the process for sure.
What I would just to make it a little bit more organized, I don't know if you would concur with this, is bring a resolution back with the process, and then a separate resolution that incorporates.
Absolutely. Well,
and it makes findings.
I think that's stating the obvious, because we have to implement the process first and then vet all of these requests through that process.
Right. So the 25 that you're saying to add,
I agree.
It may not meet the criteria.
I agree.
Yeah. And obviously, not only is the authority and the ability to put it in, it's the cost of them, right? So we only have a limited amount in our current structure, our current budget, and what we have proposed that you'll see tomorrow night. So we'll work on being able to allocate more dollars if that's going to be the will of the council.
Got it.
We won't have it for tomorrow, but we'll have some idea, and we'll work it out for second reading.
Okay. iPad. All right, so we had a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Moving on to 14F, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Very simply, this is just simply to amend or as part of our upcoming amendment to the beautification master plan, to include, possible areas that would be prime for implementing public art, and also direct the administration to try and see where else we can incorporate public art. Hialeah in particular has been very active in having certain art installations that I think have enhanced different areas of that community, and I think that we can do the same here in the town of Miami Lakes, and it furthers our objectives to try and make Miami Lakes one of the most beautiful communities in South Florida.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the item?
I'd like to add one part for consideration. I completely support the item, but I do want to talk about the underpass on 67th and the Palmetto. It's an area that I would consider blighted compared to the standards that we have. That underpass under 154 that has the town's branding has found a way to make an unpleasant site very, very nice with the town's branding. I'd like for that area to be considered immediately as a potential site for such an installation, or maybe even to mimic the same thing that was done on 154. So that would be the only item, the only motion that I'd like to add to your item with regards is the underpass on 67th Avenue.
I'll second the amendment there, but I'd also ask for the manager, through the chair, to the manager to go ahead and also perhaps inform Councilmember Collazo. I think we've brought this up before at one of our meetings, but regarding the beautification of the slope there at 67th Avenue and the Palmetto, remember that we had talked about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's several beautification projects that we're working on. One was the one that Council Member Alvarez brought about the entry feature, and the Council Member Alvarez and Council Member Dieguez have brought it up on different times about the entry feature from northbound 67th coming in from Hialeah, and we're working on that, and you'll see that in the budget. But we'll start working with FDOT to consider some type of beautification for the slopes there at 67th Avenue and the Palmetto, similar to what we have at 154 and the Palmetto. So we have not opened that dialogue yet with FDOT, but we'll start working on that.
And, well, actually, we did. Remember, we did when Mike Zayas was here, and they even have like that little rendering.
Well, what they did was a beautification of the area. It didn't necessarily have like the logo like underneath the slope there. Yeah, it had a lot of landscape beautification. Yes, you're 100% right. That part, they already have it supposedly, in the works, which is a lot of because when you come around, there's certain areas that have more landscaping and some that are more barren. That area there, especially on our side of the Palmetto, that whole area, the fences there, sometimes the grass is overgrown, there's not a lot of trees or foliage or landscaping, and that's the project consists of that. But we'll incorporate into that discussion the conversation about maybe doing some kind of branding on the slopes similar to what we have at 154 in the Palmetto.
One final thing I'd like to add with your indulgence, Mr. Vice Mayor, is I don't know if any of you guys have passed under the Gratney on 57th Avenue at night lately. They just installed some lights there that have, I think, just in itself, it's not a whole lot, but it really does look nice. So, I mean, and I know it's a decent chunk of change that it would cost. What was it? It was like $200,000 for the city of Hialeah on the Gratney and 57?
Actually, the Vice Mayor is the one who first brought it to my attention, and we called MDX. MDX right away told us, because it's on the Gratney, so MDX controls that. MDX told us, no, Hialeah did that on their own. They asked for permission, and then they did it. They foot the bill, and the bill was, I think, about $250,000. It sounded a hell of a lot to me, but we'll explore what it would cost if we were to try and fund some type of a similar type project, customized to our liking, under the Gratney at 6-7.
They may have done it because there's a bunch of residential development going on there, and that may have been something. They really want to attract new residents. Those are brand new apartments, higher density.
Yeah, because I think you got to bring your own electricity because they don't want you tapping into the regular lighting that's underneath there for the roadway and so forth. So if it's just decorative type lighting that's going to be different colors, you can't even tap in, I don't think, to their electricity, and that's probably the biggest cost, is you got to bring your own power source from somewhere.
Got it. Any further discussion?
I just wanted to inadvertently throw a potential wrench into the situation. The Palmetto and 67th Avenue slopes, are those within the town boundaries?
I'd have to look at a plat map. Susana, maybe you know, where is the actual town boundary? Is it the south of the Palmetto, north of the Palmetto?
It would be on no lanes of the Palmetto, so on the right-of-way, but some of that right-of-way is within the town, but none of the lanes, so at the edge of the Palmetto.
But which edge? The south edge or the north edge?
Well, which one are you talking about?
Huh?
We're talking about the south edge, the north edge?
6, 7 in the Palmetto.
Okay, so yeah, the south edge of the
On the
Palmetto.
side of the fire
Correct,
station?
Yes.
So the actual slope, the overpass, the expressway, that is outside town
Outside,
limits?
right.
Okay.
And that's why it's FDOT, but I think his point is just, like, just for us to at least ask them about
Yeah.
what we can
Oh,
do.
no, and I'm
We can still make it happen even if it's still outside.
Yeah, and if the request is to ask FDOT, and if the request is to ask FDOT to beautify it and pay for it, I'm 100% on board with it. We do have an annexation that we've discussed that may move the town boundary and would cause that to become part of the town, but then
No, because that would still be FDOT right-of-way, so it's still owned by FDOT.
right,
nonetheless.
but so is the Palmetto and 154th, and we have branding there, right? It's
Well,
within the boundaries.
But
It's not our
technically
right
you-
of way.
Right, but you technically skip the Palmetto when you do the town boundary. So the town boundary sort of like hops over the Palmetto. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but under the proposed
Yeah, but
annexation plan, I
that's-
think it would still cross over, is
Right.
is the point he's also trying to make.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it would be Miami Lakes way before that. I think we would have more.
The Palmetto, when it goes north-south, is within the town's boundaries. It's where, when it starts going east-west, is it outside the town boundaries? And it sounds like what she's telling us is right on the southern edge.
Right.
I mean, and I appreciate what Councilman Fernandez is saying, right? Why spend money on something that's not within your boundaries, right? Which I think is great fodder for our intergovernmental people, right? To kind of help, right? Because it's a blighted area. And you probably don't have the privilege of driving through there because you live on the other side of town. But people who have to traverse, and that's what they see coming into our community, I'm not proud of it. And what I want to be is proud of my town, whether it's 5 feet from my town boundary or 50 more feet from my town boundary. Let's find a way to get it done because it's not something that I'm proud of. I happen to live on that street corner, and that's why it's something important to me and something that I see every day, and I think it's worth fighting for or championing for. So that's why I brought it up. Great if we can do it. That's where there's a will, there's a way, right? And I think that's really what I'm looking for. Thanks.
All right, so Madam Clerk, we have an original motion and a second, and we have now an amendment to that motion. Is that proper posture?
We have a motion by Councilmember Dieguez, seconded by Councilmember Fernandez, to pass this item, and then an amendment, a friendly amendment by Councilmember Collazo, seconded by Councilmember Dieguez.
All right, so any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, back onto the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion passes. On to 14G, Town Hall Meeting. Mr. Corbiella.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Council. This item is being brought by the mayor, as it says there. He wants a town hall meeting, either in September or October, that residents can voice their opinions on 13606 of our code. 13606 of our code is the ordinance specific to boats and the permitting boats on residential property. And that is what he is seeking.
I'll move it.
No second. Any discussion? I think the town halls are a great place to have the residents come and speak their mind for or against an item. So I'm in favor of giving the residents a platform either way. So I'll be supporting the item. Obviously, I seconded it.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. As a counterpoint, and the reason why I'm going to be down on this particular item, we've done these open forum town halls before. They haven't been well attended despite the town's best efforts to advertise. I feel here, yes, you're probably going to get a lot more people attending because I suspect that, there's going to be a major push to get people there, on a different scale than normally is done. But again, I think there are so many different ways for residents to communicate with us. And I think I would rather, at least the reason why I'm going to be known is I would rather just vote for a referendum at some point for us to get a definitive answer on this. I think with the town halls, you're going to have certain individuals that are going to be driving their team to the town hall, and it's going to skew what the actual mood of the town is. So I just would rather go ahead and wait for that plebiscite to take place whenever it will.
It's fine.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you so much. I'm kind of following along the lines of the thought process of Councilmember Dieguez. I believe that we've had several meetings where residents have come out to speak on this particular item, and there was planning and zoning meeting as well, where residents came out to speak on this particular item. We've had heated discussions. We've had interactions with residents in town halls several times, and I'm sure that you guys have received, just like I have, emails regarding the topic. So at least for myself, I think that I've spoken to enough residents at this point. And I've also made a decision on that particular topic on this point. So I don't feel the need to add another meeting to our agenda to tackle this particular topic. So I will not be supporting.
Okay. Madam Clerk, why don't we do a voice vote on this one? I'm sorry, a roll call.
So Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid. So the motion does not pass.
Okay. Thank you.
Motion fails.
Thank you. Moving on to item 14H, consolidated signs.
Thank
Councilman
you, Mr. Vice
Dieguez.
Mayor. First, I will move to waive Rule 6.9. That's simply the rules that the item was timely submitted, but it exceeds the usual 3 limit.
I'll second the waiver, and I'd also like to be added as a co-sponsor to the item.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Aye.
On the waiver. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This idea was generated by a resident who I believe emailed all of us about the same thing. I think it's a fantastic idea. It's not so much about reducing the number of signs per se, so much as the number of poles that they are on. If you look at 154, for example, along the sidewalks, there are certain parts that get really narrow in part because there's multiple signage there. So it's unsightly because you have multiple poles when you can just consolidate them all into one particular pole. But it also reduces the points along the sidewalk that get very tight. I think included in my motion, what I want to include also is to, for the town long term, when we have to replace these poles, to look at trying to make them uniform. We see this in Doral, in Pinecrest, and various other municipalities, where they have gotten their signage to be uniform, even the ones that don't necessarily belong to us. So that would be the motion, to consolidate the signs and then also to try and make them more uniform in appearance moving forward.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I would like to add an amendment to the item. I'd like to have the staff also come back with the possible. I got the similar email that the councilman got, and when I saw the differences between the municipalities that have used the consolidated signage on the green post, I thought it looked fabulous. I thought it really was consistent with what we would want for our town to look like. I know there's a considerable cost though that's also attached to it, so it's not something that's going to happen immediately or something that can be happen very fast. What I did see, and when I spoke to the gentleman that emailed us, one of the things that he also said that he's seen in some of these other municipalities is that instead of using the galvanized plain metal that maybe when posts are put up or erected or consolidated, they can start by just using the green post instead of a plain galvanized steel post. Aesthetically, it's a little bit more pleasing, And again, it harmonizes some of the street signage with what's already out there for posts. So I just wanted that to be part of the plan because it's not something that's going to be implementable immediately. The cost for the poles is very, very reasonable. I think Tony Lopez priced it out on the fly, and I think the each pole was like $30-something. Compared to maybe the framed out sign. So as a mitigation, as poles need to be replaced, that might be another opportunity. I'll completely defer to Councilwoman Ruano, who has been big on beautification issues and making sure that the town looks uniform. But that was the only recommendation that I wanted to make, and I wanted to make that in the form of a motion to your item.
I'll second that. I think that was the intent of the latter half of what I was saying about making them uniform. And I guess the part I didn't specify that it was moving away from the frame, the metallic frame, and more toward the green poles that we see in our residential streets. But I'll second it just for clarification.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on an amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, back onto the main motion as amended.
I have a second amendment.
Yes, go ahead.
While we've been improving a lot of the infrastructure through town, specifically the poles that line 67th Avenue and some of those other corridors for utilities, we have upgraded the utility poles, but we have not removed the older poles because they're still warehousing. If there's any way that we can, once again, fast track that, consolidate and remove the old utility poles, those I believe are hindrances to individuals with special needs, individuals that are riding bikes. They actually become road hazards as you're trying to use the sidewalk. So I just wanted to make sure that as we consider consolidation of signs, removing any old utility poles as quickly as possible.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second on a second amendment. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Back on to the main motion as amended twice. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item 14H passes as amended. Okay, moving on to item 15A, Town Attorney Contract. Mr. Mayor?
If he's not on, I'll go ahead and I'll push.
Yeah, I was going to do the same thing.
Yeah. So
I'll make sorry about that. I'm going to make a motion just to convert the attorney's contract from an evergreen to an actual 4 to 5 year contract. That's my motion.
I will second that motion.
What?
For discussion?
With the salary.
Wait.
Okay.
We're not getting there yet.
Okay.
The motion was to convert from an evergreen to a fixed term contract. I'm going to make two amendments. One, that
you seconded already?
I did, yes. The first amendment is that Councilman Dieguez will be the one that will be negotiating the attorney contract with the attorney. So
I'll second that.
Okay, great. So
the town's second law firm, I see what we're doing. We're splitting the baby here.
I mean, it's only fair. So I guess we'll take a vote on that.
Yeah.
Amendment.
Sure.
Okay.
Are we voting on two separate things or on
this
the
is
amounts?
just the first motion is the amendment to have Councilman Dieguez negotiate if we reach an agreement on changing the contract from an evergreen to a fixed term contract, to have Councilman Dieguez be the one that negotiates it. Any discussion on that portion of the amendment?
I have a question.
Sir.
So I'm having difficulty understanding how doing so, it is to the public interest, right? So what is, I don't want to ask you, right? But what is the perceived advantage to locking them in to a 4-year contract rather than having them month to month? How does that benefit the town?
Look, I think in this case, I mean, you'd have to ask the mayor what his thoughts are. But as far as the way I see it, it provides more certainty to the town attorney's office. They've served us very well throughout the various legal struggles we've had. As you know, we've been very litigious lately, from the bridge issues to the Pizzi matter and others. And I think they've been good and faithful servants to this council as well as to the public by extension. And giving them that certainty, I think, helps. In addition, You know, again, I think what the mayor's trying to accomplish as well is something that also gives them, and I understand the salary is different from whether it's an evergreen or whether it's a fixed term contract, right? But I think it also, you know, just also memorializes that increase in pay that he's seeking to give them, because at the end of the day, they are severely underpaid when you look at other contract law firms throughout Miami-Dade County.
But to be fair, just to bring us back to the proper posture, the motion from the mayor was to change it from an evergreen to a term limit.
Yeah.
The amount is to be determined based on the negotiations that you are going to bring back to the council after you negotiate the contract.
I'd like to address some of this.
Okay, Mr. Attorney.
And I'm sorry, I've got a cold and it's not getting any better. It's actually getting worse. And I was commenting on with Councilman Fernandez that there's no chance he walks out of here without a cold. Yeah, it's been 9 years. I actually think at the end of October, it's 9 years since we've been on a 30-day contract. It's a long time. Remember that it works both ways. In other words, I can give 30 days notice as well, and that would be an issue, obviously. I wouldn't do that. That's not, you all know me well enough that I wouldn't do that to my town. But it gets to the point where we need to make certain arrangements within our firm after 9 years of doing this and planning and salary structures and partnership issues and things like that. You know, it's just at that point where we would like a commitment for our firm and for the town, and it's a two-way street. Just because it's a 5-year contract doesn't mean that you can't terminate our services. There will be notice provisions, and that's something that I want in the contract as well. Just if someone wants to terminate it, you can, as long as you meet certain provisions, but I would like the commitment from the town for that period of time. I think it's fair, and that's just where we're at. That's something that I would really like to see happen. I think we go above and beyond, and I'm hoping that you think we've earned it.
Okay, just to address that one thing, that was actually going to be part of my second amendment. Once we pass this one, I was going to make a mention of that, but we'll wait until after. Any further discussion on the negotiations?
Yeah, I'm still plugged into it, right? So, and that was the answer I was afraid I was gonna get, because the answer to that question is, how does a 4-year contract benefit the law firm? Which that's the answer that I got. What I'm grappling with is what benefit do we as a municipality get by doing this, other than it's a reward to our law firm for doing a good job. I have zero. I think they've done a wonderful job. I have zero issue revisiting the retainer. I zero issues with any of that. The part that I'm stuck on is, and I understand. I was expecting that to be the answer.
No, but I've got additional. I see where you're coming from.
If you could,
Sure.
I need to, so that I can sleep at night. I need justification.
Do you guys want me to chime in?
Yes, please, Mayor. Before the.
All right. So where the public interest comes in all of this is, we're living in a time where there isn't much talent when it comes to public service, and that's just the reality. Law firms like Raul investing one employee like Lorenzo into a city like this, where the reality is one client in the private sector can make a lot more money, or another city could poach them. I think where the public benefits from having not only Raul doing the litigation and everything, but Lorenzo, the day-to-day in-house, and knowing that he's going to be there for a set time, adds tremendous value. My biggest fear long-term is what's happened with our other employees. Our other employees are at will. Carlos Acosta got a better job, he left. Ismael left. I think having this contract gives the town a peace of mind, knowing, man, we're going to have Lorenzo there in-house for 5 years or 4 years, and we're going to have Raul at least overseeing it for another 4 to 5. Without that uncertainty, right now, there are cities throughout South Florida that'll pay Lorenzo on his own, poach him and put him as one of their attorneys, Hialeah, whoever else. They're looking for attorneys 24/7. I'm not a fan of losing talent, specifically when it comes to charter officers. That is it, and that's the one charter officer that I think is very sensitive, and they've proven themselves. I mean, they took on a battle that no other attorney wanted to take on when they came in here. It took everybody on. They saw that transition. They've been part of 4 councils, and they've done it always honorably, and they've stepped up their level of service. So I think having that certainty for several more years adds tremendous value to our residents and our town. Having them in here, you look at the work product that Raul and Lorenzo have brought in, from helping out in procurement, from reviewing, everything is now fast forward. When we were on a contract basis, I mean, we were on a list. I would have to call, and they would tell me, hey, I'll call you back in 2 days, and then we'll set up this. Now you're seeing everything happen a lot faster because of that review time. So I think they've earned that certainty, and I think our residents benefit from that because they provide, having them here long-term would be phenomenal. They're committing to that, which I think, to me, it's a no-brainer, and they're committing for it at a dollar amount that is affordable. It's compared to what other, Hialeah, the county, they're paying their deputy attorneys a lot more money, I think, sometimes than when we pay these guys on a flat fee. So I just see from the public purpose, that certainty from a charter member, and they've shown the value that they have. But they can get, both of them could go work somewhere else and make a lot more money. I don't want to lose them. And I think they both love working here too, so.
Let me explain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Attorney.
Let's talk about the economics of what we do. Think about the numbers. Right now, we're at $200,000. We're asking for $240,000. From that $240,000, I have to pay a partner because Lorenzo's a partner in the firm. I dedicate a ton of time to this. Because of the dynamics and the way things are, I've gotten to the point where I now have to hire some help for him. You put his salary, some of my time, and the secretaries, malpractice insurance, FICA, FUTA, all these other taxes and everything else. This is not a major profit center for us. This is a passion for me. It's my town. I see everybody here in church and everything else. But it is not a major profit center for my law firm when you put it like that. So for me to commit and to convince my partners to commit resources in hiring help for him, because he needs help in terms of, he doesn't have a secretary right now, to do those kinds of things, I need to know that I have a commitment. The concern that we have, and where this started coming up as far as a contract with some notice provisions, was there's one law firm who's a reputable law firm who, frankly, we pay, who's been fired twice on the dais, not seeing it coming. This council, I think, is incapable of doing that, and I think I'm incapable of doing it in the reverse. But I do need some assurances and some commitment from the town. That's what we're looking for, and I don't think it's a lot to ask. Just because it's, we're asking for a 5-year contract doesn't mean that no matter what happens, you guys have to pay us for 5 years. There's notice provisions. That's something that we want to negotiate. But I would like to see a commitment from the town on this aspect after 9 years of a 30-day contract.
And I just want to stress how unusual that arrangement is among other town attorneys and city attorneys. So again, like we're spoiled because it's Raul, but I think it's also just to dismiss it as where's the public benefit and just at that. I mean, I think he kind of already answered the question between him and the mayor's response. They've given you that answer. But just separately in general, just also in terms of regular order, like that, what we have with them is highly unusual. So, and I don't think it's right to basically take advantage of Raul, just because we've been spoiled up to now.
Okay, Councilman.
Yep, thank you. I have no issues with the dollar amount. What I do have issues is with the term. And not so much because you don't have necessarily trust and that's why I want it fleshed out in the negotiations. I brought it forward to the deputy town attorney. It's not unusual, right, to maybe have a hybrid, but it is unusual to have a 6-year, 5-year contract with a firm, at least with municipal government law firms. So I think you've built up that credibility and that trust. So I'm interested. I am going to vote in favor of the item. I'm interested in the terms. There are some terms that I would like to be more equitable, like more what's standard practice in the industry. And again, I'm taking away Cobia Castesi, right? And going back to the councilman's point, we're partnering with an entity for services, regardless of who these people are sitting to my right, to my left, right? Because that could change. Right? That can change tomorrow. God forbid something happens to Mr. Gustesi. God forbid you are no longer in that role. I am partnering with a firm, and I want to make sure that we are protecting the people's interests, and it's highly unusual to have a relationship, especially with an attorney, or at least in this type of work, for 5 years with a 6-month cancellation. I think we have that trust, and I'm just looking forward to see what the work product comes out of the negotiations. I am going to vote in favor of it. Just looking forward to see what the negotiations boil down to, and that was my concern that I referenced. And again, I don't want to take credit for this, but this kind of came up because of a dialogue that we were having, and I think the firm's been underpaid for a long time, and I think the 240 is warranted. I just want to make sure that we get there and at the same time strike a balance. So thank you.
All right. So Councilwoman, I see you.
Yes.
Unmuted.
I wanted to, I had stepped away for a moment and I wanted to, can someone restate the motion that's on the table?
Yes. So the motion that's on the table is an amendment to the main motion to nominate Councilman Dieguez to negotiate the contract. The mayor's original motion was to change it from an evergreen to a fixed date contract. There was no number in the motion, but I guess that will be negotiated as part of the negotiations with Councilman Dieguez. And then, so the amendment was to appoint Councilman Dieguez to negotiate that contract.
So we're currently just discussing that amendment?
Just the amendment on whether or not we should have Councilman Dieguez negotiate.
Understood, thank you.
Any further discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, I had another amendment. It goes to your point about the notice provision. What I was going to make in a motion was during the negotiation process, obviously we all know, or most of us know, that Florida Bar allows an attorney, client to terminate their attorney essentially at will. It's the right provided to the client. I'm okay with a notice provision because if not, then we might as well stick with an evergreen. I want to give you that level of notice. So I just wanted to make sure, and I guess we're all in understanding that there will be this level of notice. So that was going to be my motion, that Councilman Dieguez ensure that there is a level of notice before termination. And whether it be 30, 60, 90 days, I leave it to you guys to negotiate that.
I'll second that.
Again,
well, I don't think it can be longer than 90. I think 90 is about the furthest I would be willing to go.
I do have a line in the sand.
Yeah, I think,
which is 90 days.
I think 90 days is the longest I'd be willing to go, because if not,
And I'm taking notes already.
Okay, so that's the motion, to make sure that we have a notice period.
May I make a comment on that?
Yes.
And I commented regarding this issue at our workshop, but the attendance was poor. So for the sake of my colleagues that did not hear my comments, I'd like to put them on the record again. I'm not in favor of a provision that forces us to stay with a legal firm after we decide that we'd like to move in a different direction. And I'm going to reiterate what I said that day. I have zero desire to change the firm that we're working with right now. I am very happy with both Gustesi and with Cobia. I have a wonderful working relationship with them. They are accessible all the time, and I don't think that anyone on the dais has any interest in moving in a different direction. However, at least for myself, I'm a professional too, and I don't have contracts with my clients. I serve at their will, and the day that they don't want my services anymore, they simply tell me, I no longer want your services, and that's where our relationship ends. And so that's how I feel about our contract with our attorneys, about our relationship with our attorneys, not just for myself, but for the councils that are going to come after us. So we had a lengthy discussion about the manager's contract and whether or not, we should decide who our manager is, or whether we should, leave that to those that come, after us. But yet we're talking about entering into a long-term contract that will tie in a future counsel to a particular law firm. But now that you've mentioned that provision from the state of Florida that says that a client can terminate an attorney at will, how can we have a provision that doesn't follow that particular?
Well, that's in the instance where you don't have a written agreement. So
that's when you don't have a written agreement.
Right.
Okay.
So right now what we're doing is going outside of that law by implementing a written agreement, and then you can contract out of that provision by agreeing to a specific notice and I guess termination period.
Okay, understood. I'm not in favor of that at all. I know that I might be on the losing end of this particular conversation, but I'm not in favor of that at all. If heaven forbid we ever have a reason where we want to go in a different direction with our legal team, that has to be immediate. If it's bad enough, if something happens that is bad enough for us to terminate services, it has to be immediate. So what we're going to end up doing is that we're going to end up paying for the remainder of a contract and still hiring another legal firm if that is ever necessary, which is what would happen, for example, if we were ever to terminate contract with the town manager, where you'd have to pay out whatever the provisions are in the contract. But if there's ever any grievance that's bad enough to say you no longer work here, then that person has to exit the building effective immediately,
Right.
which
So
means that then
I
the
think
town
one
is
way-
stuck paying two different.
Not to negotiate the contract for Councilman Dieguez ahead of time, but one way that you can do that is by setting in two different termination tracks, right? You have one track whereas if there is what's deemed to be an event of default, an act so egregious, like what you're saying, that it demands immediate termination.
Mm-hmm.
That is one avenue. If there is a change of desire or change of attorneys, but they have done nothing wrong, then you allow them that period of time for us to notify them and then terminate. And during that process, you go out and you search for a new law firm. So I think you can have both scenarios in the contract. So I would.
Here's my issue with that.
Okay.
Right. So you're an attorney. Josh is an attorney. If I need to consult somebody as to whether or not something is an egregious, who do I call?
Well, you can set that out in the contract. In the contract, you can actually identify specific actions that will be deemed to be an event of default and an
right. So
you have material breaches too, which are often spelled out. Like this would be a material breach. Then obviously there's also case law that fills in blanks. So
right.
there's guidance.
Where I was going with that in general strokes is, I don't want myself or a future counsel to essentially have to interpret our contract with our law firm absent legal representation because they're our law firm, right? Everywhere else we would pick up the phone and call Lorenzo and say, hey, can we do this? Can we not do this? Do you have issues with this X or Y? In this particular case, the more intricate the more intricate that language becomes, the more conditions get worked into it, the more difficult it is for a layperson to be able to make that determination without the benefit of some, we would have to bring forth a motion and hire outside counsel to help us,
Or,
guys,
with this.
Well, let me just say this. First of all, I think we're way overthinking this because a lot of these provisions you find in regular retainer agreements in the private world, right? So I just, if everyone has concerns, what I'll be fine with doing is setting up sunshine meetings, and also in the interest of time, I'll be more than happy to meet with everyone during sunshine meetings to get everyone's input, and also to better explain some of these provisions that are often worked in here. Again, I think with the notice thing, that is actually standard practice. I don't necessarily view it as like if we were to go ahead and terminate with the firm, and let's say it was a 30-day notice period, right, on the lower end, right? that they're still going to be in the process of withdrawing from their cases. They're going to be substituting counsel with us. They're going to be turning over files, et cetera. And we're going to be able to look for a new firm while we're transitioning. It's a transition period that allows them some fairness to be able to plan ahead for the fact that they're not going to have our continued business. And also, you know, vice versa, allows us to plan if they want to terminate, and then we have to look for a new law firm.
And I'm with that 100%, but isn't that what we have now? Isn't it a 30-day notice now?
Roll.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The answer
And
is,
that's if we go
the
that
answer
route.
is the answer is that's a problem for us. First of all, and it's a problem for you, because I'm 59 and a half years old. We all know what health issue I had recently and everything else. That happens. He gets hired at another job. In 30 days, you've got to find a procurement guy to find out everything he's been doing, everything I've been doing, and get the institutional knowledge. It doesn't work for you. 30 days is not enough time for you. Because if we decide we want out, and this isn't a threat, and I really don't want anybody to take it. We're having a discussion here. 30 days isn't enough for you, and 30 days isn't enough for us. It's a two-way street. If we decide, you know, that we don't want to do this anymore, giving you 30 days notice, delivering 30 days notice to Ed, and we're out, that's a problem for you.
And I get that. The other problem for me, and just kind of the way that I see it, and you know, you guys can tell me otherwise, but having, if you or your firm or whatever is at some point, it doesn't work for you guys, right? Having you locked in for 6 months or a year or whatever doesn't benefit me.
No.
Like if you guys want out.
Listen, we're talking 90 versus 30 days, guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about.
that should be reciprocal. The 90-day termination in the contract. Are you
Exactly.
taking notes, Councilman Dieguez? The 90-day termination should be reciprocal.
Yes.
Okay.
So why aren't we discussing
Stay
a
with what we
90-day
have,
contract?
90
But this is the thing. I didn't want to get into negotiation of the
Right,
contract up
no,
here
no.
anyway. My motion was to
Yeah,
appoint Councilman Dieguez to come back to us with something that then we can beat up and discuss and say, I don't like that provision, I like this provision. That was the idea.
Got it. So if that's the case, I'd like to take Councilman Dieguez up on his offer, and have a sunshine meeting before that negotiation.
I already texted Victoria to start working on that with
How
you.
how about a workshop where we can
No.
discuss this?
And look, I think, look, we don't need to have a workshop. We can go ahead and also handle this in the sunshine meeting, you know, but again, like, we're basically talking about negotiating the contract out in the open, right? And it's like, that's too many chiefs, not enough Indians, right? So I think it would be better just, you know, for me to get everybody's opinion directly, and then also be able to explain other parts of legal contracts or legal retainers to you guys, you know, without Raul there, if that makes you all comfortable or whatever. And we can figure it out that way. But I just think that we're beating this up
but
a lot up here.
Look, just to get this done, the part of my job that I hate the most, and I say this every time I got to ask for money, either for a case or for me or whatever. This is the part I hate the most. When I sit down with a regular client, I sit down, listen, my rates are $400 an hour. I want a $10,000 retainer, and this is what we do. And here's an agreement. If you like it, fine. If you don't. That's not how I work with the town. I have no interest in working like that. My suggestion, Josh, draft a contract, send it over to me. I beat it up someone, redlining it. Then you guys start workshopping it. Because if not, you know, when a committee starts to draw a horse, they end up with a camel. I mean, no offense to you guys. No offense to you guys, but that's the way it works in the real world. He puts something together. I chew it up some as to what I think I can live within the contract, and then we show it to you guys.
I agree. I have full faith and confidence in Councilman Dieguez to bring something back to the council that we can then look at after he's done some negotiating with the attorneys. And at that point, if there's a provision that we want to remove or adjust, we can do it on the dais and go from there. So I'm gonna call a question, guys, on appointing Councilman Dieguez, the amendment to appoint Councilman Dieguez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, back to the main motion as amended. Seeing no further discussion, the main motion is to convert from a evergreen to a contract with a time certain to be negotiated by Councilman Dieguez. Discussion?
I'll second that. Oh,
See?
so we're back
Yeah,
in
it's
the.
already done. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm a no.
Councilwoman,
I'm a no.
is that 3-2? Am I counting correctly? Councilman Dieguez,
I'm a
you are a
yes.
yes?
He was a 4
So a
So
4
we
to
have-
2.
Just to
4-2.
make sure, right. Councilmember Collazo? Yes. Councilmember Dieguez?
Yes.
I have Councilmember Fernandez as a no. I have Councilwoman Ruano as a no. Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mayor Sid?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. On to item 15B, intergovernmental report, Mr. Mayor. Nope. All right, Mr. Mayor, you still there? Looks like you dropped off. All right, we're moving on. 16A, Mr. Cure. 5G monetization opportunities.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. Herman Cure from the Innovation and Technology team. This is regarding two items, the 5G revenue opportunities from Councilman Dieguez and the wireless network carrier performance from you, Vice Mayor Rodriguez. So I think the memo is self-explanatory. You know, we have an RFI, we solicit that. And also we have companies invited to the town to discuss this in person. We received some of the RFIs, and the response came from construction management companies specialized in fiber optics, in fiber optic cabling, small cell towers, and wireless broadband network installers. Overall, these companies were interested in selling the equipment to us or to lease the equipment to us. There were no interest at all to, came into some agreement with them. Anyways, we kept the conversation, we reached out to them, and again, it was more, we can sell it to you. Now, regarding the improvement and the performance with the wireless network services in the town, again, we met town management and the innovation team with them, and we have a conversation. It was very, very nice. They gave us good information about the plans, the timelines, the locations, and the overall plans that they have for the upcoming years. We have the major carriers, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. Overall, they share similar technologies, some variations about 5G and how they're gonna deploy this. Overall is a combination of small towers and the big, I think call it macro, the big towers. Something that interesting that we find out is we are one of the benchmark cities that they use to showcase the 5G technology to other cities. And this was thanks to the nice work that the town did with making the permit process very easy for them. So we are kind of like a showcase for the rest of the town. As far as the performance, across them, they know the locations with the problems. Casavana is the same for everybody. Good thing, several of them talk about already have plans for improving that particular area. What else we have here? We have the opportunity to share with them new projects coming on board for the mid and long term, such as the senior center, so they are aware of any future needs. And in summary, again, they were very happy with having the town inviting them to share the vision, and we opened the doors for anything that we need to improve as far as the permit process. And actually, they highlight the great job that this town does for vendors to come here and process permits. And And at the end, yes, we have an open channel communication with them, so they know where to reach us, and they were happy with everything that we're doing. So, any questions?
Nope. Thank you very much for taking the initiative to do this, and really appreciate it. Hopefully they can come back with some solutions and not just thank yous for reaching out.
And actually, they kind of highlight the county as well with the new approach, with the new team that is coming on board. They are very happy too, so they're expecting good progress in the
Good.
years to come.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Edmond. Monthly infrastructure report. Do you want to do this last one, or do you want to have Omar come up and get his feet
Omar
wet
said,
before?
you know, that's your last one. Go ahead and go with it. He'll have
Got it.
after this. No, but I appreciate it. On the roadway projects, the 154th Street and the Palmetto Express lanes, those are the one that we just got funds recently. We finalized the negotiations with the consultant for the design of that, and we're just now in the process of drafting the agreement with FDOT to go ahead and start getting this project designed. The stormwater bond projects, we're doing pretty good. We had 3 projects that you awarded construction contracts tonight, and we had other projects. We have about 3 or 4 more projects that are already like at 100% plan. So, you know, you'll start seeing some of that in the next few months coming for construction award as well. We're proceeding very well there. Page number 3, the facilities project. We finalized the negotiations with the top-ranked consultant for the design of the generator, the backup generator, at Roberto Alonso Community Center. Right now, that negotiated scope and fee and the draft contract has to go to the state for review, and then once they're blessed off on it, then we'll bring it back to the council to award that contract.
I just had a question. So is that a process that's required? You have to hire a consultant first? You can't just go out to a contractor and put it out to bid? There has to be a consultant for this process?
Yes, I mean, we're doing the traditional design bid. You know, of course, we could have probably done the design build, but that's the process. Because we don't have the expertise in some of our contracts that we have currently. So we had to go out for bid, get that expertise, and now we negotiated the scope, so now we just got to send it back to the state and say, hey, we've done the procurement, we've done the negotiations. They'll look at it and say, yeah, I'm good with it. Then we should bring it back to you in October for the award of the design contract if the state is good with it.
Okay.
So it's proceeding very well. And then the rest are just maintenance items. There, pending any questions. Since it's my last one, I figure you'll go slow on that.
I have a question. On White Oak by the K-8, Miami Lakes K-8, White Oak is the street that surrounds. I don't know what utility service it is, but there is a large cable line it almost looks like they did it on purpose. It's hanging down, but then it's wrapped around a tree at certain points to sort of keep it elevated so cars can pass under it. But it looks extremely unsafe. And so I don't know what it is. If you guys could just look into that. On White Oak, next to the K-8.
Next to?
On the south side of White Oak. White Oak runs east-west, so it's south of the school.
We'll take a look at it. We've had some of those every so often, and we almost know who the perpetrators are. But
those are usually temporary fixes.
Yeah,
Carlos,
temporary
right?
fixes because
until
there's
they
any
can
break
bury
and
a
then
new
so
cable
there's
or
any-
something.
Agreed. Yeah, it absolutely looks temporary because there's cabling literally wrapped around tree branches. It does not look safe.
They're temporary, but we got to stay on top of them for them to repair it
Got it.
quickly. So
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you. Any other questions? See none. We had already done 16D, the police report. Attorney's report. Do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, briefly. The Pizzi matter's going to trial at the beginning of next year. I figure I got the feeling things are going to start to heat up in that case, probably after Thanksgiving, as far as we're concerned. I'll be talking to each of you individually as we go forward. If you recall, that case was bifurcated. damages and liability, meaning there's just going to be a trial initially on whether there's any liability on behalf of the town. If there is a determination of liability, then there will be a
separate trial. on
a
the
separate
amount of
trial
damages.
as to the amount, because there's a lot of issues on both issues. And I think it's, I think everybody agreed it was smart, because we have very, very serious concerns about liability, meaning we don't think there's any liability. So we don't want to have to, we didn't want to have to prepare experts, attorneys, and everything else discussing their fees and everything else when we don't believe we're even liable. They agreed, we submitted an agreed order to the judge that saves the town a significant amount of money. The FRS case, the firm has filed an appeal. The case involving Mr. Perez against the town is being defended by the carrier. And I haven't seen a report on that in a while, but I don't think a whole lot's happening. And I mean, that's it as far as I can think of right now.
Okay, any questions of the attorney? No? Mr. Acosta, can you please come adjourn the meeting? Right here. I think he dropped off. Yeah. Ready? There you go. Thank you very much, Carlos.